Good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall, welcome to Council Chambers, and welcome to a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council for today, Friday, October 11th, 2002. The City Council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. Meetings are open to the public. We invite you to join us and participate in local government. For those of you unable to attend, council meetings can also be viewed live from home on your cable station, Channel 35. We can be viewed live via webcast from the city's homepage or heard via council phone. We are just shy of a quorum. It is 10:15 a.m. on this day, but this being Friday, as is customary, we have a number of special presentations and recognitions. I'd like to begin the presentation segment of today's meeting by recognizing Councilmember Tom LaBonge.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Good Friday morning to everybody, and here we are with a very special group that I'd like to call up here. This is a very special team that's visiting us from England. They're a member of the Commons and Lords Rugby Club International. They're the best dressed Englishmen in the world. Come on up. And also with us today is Gillian Maron, who's a member of Parliament from Lincoln, named after, no,
it
not named after?
Oh, indeed.
Named after Abraham Lincoln. Finally, we gave England something. But the mayor wanted me to welcome you today to our city council. This is a very special day for us as we meet on Fridays and we honor people and welcome people to our great city. Your team is traveling throughout the country and they're playing at UCLA. And we have Ian Davison, who's their coach. So before I call up their coach and manager, I'd like to ask that our Member of Parliament, Ms. Maron, speak. And for all of you who may or may not watch cable television, one of the great shows on our cable network is when we watch the House of Commons on Sunday night and how you do such a great job arguing with each other. I learned a few tricks. Please welcome a Member of Parliament from England, a member, Gillian Maron. Gillian, I'm sorry. Can you say a few words? Yeah. Thank you.
Council Member Tom, friends, thank you very much for such a warm welcome. We've obviously come on a very special day. We did think you'd all gathered for us, but I understand it's for a more important occasion, and that's the installation of the police chief. And we all recognise what an important job that is, and we wish him well. But on behalf of the Commons and Lords Rugby Club, and as a Member of Parliament, I just want to make it clear I'm not actually playing, in case any of you were wondering. But on behalf of the Rugby Club, we've come here in the spirit of friendship to the United States. The team has already played in New York, and we're looking forward to a match tomorrow against the Cougars. I don't know if we'll win, but we're going to do our best. but we come here and we bring you greetings from Parliament, from Britain, and we thank you for the warm welcome. And in recognition of that, Tom, I'd like to present you with this tie, and I hope you'll wear it with pride. Not many people across the world have a parliamentary tie, and particularly a parliamentary rugby tie, but we would like you to have it on behalf of us, given to the people of Los Angeles.
Well, thank you very much. I'll wear it with pride. Members, the only rugby we play is with Councilman Nate Holden. Nate, you're a great rugby player, and he knows it the best, but all of you want to welcome Coach Davison. Would you want to say a few words? He's really from Scotland.
Well, thank you very much. This Englishman is actually from Scotland, and as many of the best Englishmen are, we also have Welsh and Irish in our team. We are here to play rugby, but also, of course, there's a serious purpose, because we try to make sure that we fundraise everywhere we go, and we've been very much involved when we were in New York with raising money for the dependents of the firemen who were killed in 9/11. And I think we recognise that we have a solidarity between ourselves and yourselves in that. And while we're here in Los Angeles, we're going to be contributing towards fundraising for the Spirit of Los Angeles programme for deprived children. So if there's anybody here that's over 65 and wants to play against us, we'll be happy to see them at UCLA. Thank you.
And Coach, Mr. President, I made a protocol there. He also is a member of Parliament. God
Yes,
bless
indeed.
you, and God bless England and
Scotland.
Scotland too. But let's not forget the Irish. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Mr. Garcetti for a few words.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to welcome you all as well. It's great. I spent about 5 years in Britain myself, and it's wonderful to have you all here. Played some rugby despite this scrawny frame, so got crushed by many of your countrymen. And I know that if you're looking for folks that are over 65 that would like to play, I know that as soon as he's done beating Oscar De La Hoya, our good colleague right here, Nate Holden, if you give him a jacket, will probably come out and play with you as well. So,
Good. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing us to greet this great team and these fine members of Parliament.
Thank you, Councilmember Labange. When you're done talking rugby, maybe you can talk a little Marshall High School football. Chair recognizes Ms. Misikowski for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Many of the council members were here this morning as we began the program for the honoring of the Domestic Violence Awareness Month. We had a very nice presentation. The city attorney was able to join us, a number of the Domestic Violence Task Force members, some of whom are here behind me. And what we're going to do here in Council Day is, in the commemoration of Domestic Violence Awareness Month, honor our own Los Angeles Police Department officers who have worked beyond the call to ensure that batterers are apprehended, prosecuted, and convicted. This is what our city asks of them, and they do that day in and day out, year in and year out, literally above the call of duty. These are the people who have gone and work with our victims, the women and children who live with domestic violence, with fear, with oppression in their homes. They give them not only that first level of intervention to separate the situation, they give them encouragement, advice, and comfort. And as we heard this morning from a domestic violence victim herself, they stay with that person long after the immediate situation has been resolved to continue that encouragement, to become part of that support system. And so the police officers who you see here today have received special training and have worked in a variety of programs like the Domestic Abuse Response Team and also something called the Emergency Response Intervention Network, ERIN, another program that was begun in LAPD. They are the first line of response, and they stay long, long after to make sure that the job is done. I would like to first call Carol Adelkoff, who is the chair of the Domestic Violence Task Force, to join me here and talk about the partnership that is provided to these officers and with these officers in assisting the victims who need this aid. Carol?
Thank you, Councilwoman Mizikowski, and thank you to the entire City Council for recognizing domestic violence as one of our most important issues to address in the City of Los Angeles. We have been working hard on this issue since the mid-1990s in an intensive and formal way with the formation of the Domestic Violence Task Force. It is a team of advocates representing all areas of the city with extraordinary expertise in this field, supported by you, the council, by the mayor, city attorney, police department, and all departments of the city. Today we are recognizing our heroes that are out with victims, with women and with children of all ages at every hour of the day. And we thank you for your commitment. We thank you for your partnership. And we thank all members here of the City Council for all that you do to let us do our jobs in the field. Thank you on behalf of all of the volunteers of the task force.
At this time, I'd like to invite Councilmember Mark Ridley Thomas to join us at the podium. Mark has shown a tremendous commitment to this issue and worked to bring awareness and of the issue and the prevalence of domestic violence in our city, in our homes, and the need for the government to step up and help provide that assistance at all levels through our grant funds to the nonprofit service providers, to the police department for the training issues, to at all levels help combat the violence that occurs in our communities throughout the City of Los Angeles. Mark, I've been asked on behalf of the Domestic Violence Task Force to bring you up here and to thank you for your progressive thinking and your handling and your leadership in this as you are going on to help provide that leadership at another level. But they wanted us to give you special thanks today. Councilmember Mark Ridley Thomas.
Well, thank you very kindly. I'm delighted to join with all of those who recognize the significance of focusing on this critically important matter. It's not simply a matter of public policy, it's a matter of human dignity. And it would seem to me that the very tenets of nonviolence suggest, if not dictate, that the humanity that is resident within all of us can be best displayed by beginning to exercise that in the very homes in which we live. And my own commitment stems from that very core set of values. So I'm pleased to be a part of that which is now well over 20 plus years of advocacy in this work on behalf of both Avis and myself, and that which I'm confident I will continue as my career continues to unfold. Ms. Mizikowski has been stand-up and stalwart in this effort, as many of you as well, and I predict we'll have more to do in a collaborative way at the state and local level to make sure that we do all that we can to resist and even eradicate domestic violence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. What I would like to do now is read the names of these men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department who are here today and who have received the certificate. I will then read the certificate that each of them have been given and ask one of the officers who has volunteered to come forward and speak on behalf of all of them. But here today, showing the depth and breadth of support throughout the Los Angeles Police Department, we have Detective 1 Martin Birch from Devonshire, Detective 2 Christopher Giles from the Harbor, Detective 2 Mike Pinaro from Hollywood, Detective 1 Marcel Morris from Hollywood, Detective 1 Floyd Toledo from Hollywood, Police Officer 2 Sammy Cruz from Hollywood, Police Officer 2 Joy Vanes from Hollywood, Police Officer 2 Francesca De Armand, Hollywood. And Detective Mark Martinez from Hollywood. Detective John Havnasian, Northeast. Detective 1 Cynthia French from the Northeast Division. Detective 2 Richard Guzman, Pacific. Detective 1 Ralph Mora, Pacific. Detective 1 Sandra Smith, Pacific. Detective 1 Sophie Toledo, Rampart. Detective 1 Roland Seacrest, Southeast. Detective 1 Bernard Pulliam, Van Nuys. Detective 1 James Crawford, West Valley. Detective 1 Lavita Jones, Wilshire. Detective 1 Andrew Barkman, Foothill. Police Officer 2 Ray Comier, Hollenbeck. Detective 1 Erica Nutman, 77th. Deputy Chief Margaret York, Central Bureau. Commander James McMurray, the Internal Affairs Group. Commander Harlan Ward, Detective Services Group. Detective 3 Patrick Barron, Hollywood. Police Officer 3 Donald Wynn, the Training Division. Police Officer 3 Money Scott, Pacific. Captain Carol Aborn, West Valley. Police Officer 2 Kosel Boone, Newton. Detective 3 Timothy Williams, Robbery Homicide. Detective 1 Julie Sullivan, West Los Angeles. Police Officer 2 Lisa Householder, West LA. Captain James Bauer, 77th. Captain James Miller, 77th. Police Officer 2 Francisco Alvelas, 77th. Police Officer 2 Todd Doyle, 77th. Police Officer 2 Gary Ferrato, 77th. Police Officer 2 William Rich, 77th. Detective 3 Thomas Surcarta, 77th. Detective 3 Lori Taylor, the Detective Services Group. What these officers have received today is this certificate on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, which recognizes their outstanding efforts on the behalf of the victims of domestic violence in the City of Los Angeles. They have demonstrated sensitivity and understanding which goes beyond the normal call of duty. The Los Angeles City Council, the Los Angeles Police Department, the Los Angeles City Domestic Violence Task Force commends you today and always for your dedication in assisting domestic violence victims and increasing the safety of our community. This is presented today on October 11th. And let me call forward now Officer Kosel Boone from the Newton Division to speak on behalf of all of the officers. Officer Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President and City Council. Thank you for recognizing this month as a Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And thank you to the advocates, to the DART program, for all the countless hours that they put in. For example, like Gail Pincus and Bobby Gooden, they work countless hours to help the police department, and to the officers and to our department who welcomed all the volunteers in and made this program work. Together, we could not do it without the willingness to work together and to cooperate with one another in law enforcement, with the city attorney, district attorney, and to the city council member. Again, we appreciate this. We thank you for your recognition. And to show that our department is still thriving to improve our ability to do our work as officers, to protect and to serve our community through this program, I believe that our willingness to work together is really strong and bonding when we come out to assist our victims day in, day out. Thank you for your recognition. Thank you for today's honor.
Thank you very, very much. Could I have all the officers who are here today please stand to be received and recognized by the City Council and the City of Los Angeles. Thank you. Thank you. And to join in this recognition, let me introduce Police Chief Marty Pomeroy.
I'm proud of our officers and what they've done. Thank you so much for honoring them. I said earlier that a society is judged on how well it protects its most innocent and its youngest. If that be true, then these officers are truly engaged in a noble effort. I thank them for that, for representing us so well. I must mention one thing, that of all the names mentioned, the one who was there when it began, who started the very first DART car, and perhaps he could stand, would be Commander Jim McMurray. Thank you again.
Thank you to our officers. Thank you. Let me also introduce Lillian Kawasaki, the General Manager of the Community Development Department, who helps assist with the partnership of the Domestic Violence Task Force working with the Los Angeles Police Department. Lillian?
Let me just invite all of you today to celebrate in a reception following the City Council meeting upstairs in the Tom Bradley Room. And we'd also encourage you to please wear your domestic violence pin and help celebrate the survivors and the wonderful work of our men and women in blue. Thank you.
Thank you again to our officers, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Misikowski. Next, the chair recognizes Ms. Galantro for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm here this morning to offer congratulations and ask you to join me in celebrating with the Sun Valley Middle School a really remarkable turnaround. This is, we hear a lot about reform, and of course we're going to be talking about, with our prospective new police chief shortly, we'll be talking about police reform. We hear a lot about school reform and education reform, and we see lots of people wringing their hands. But we're here today to celebrate people who are really doing the job. 6 months ago, the Sun Valley Middle School was not in great shape. It had been identified by the state government as one of the 10 most serious problem campuses in the LAUSD in terms of its educational achievement. And the state was threatening to take over the school if things did not improve. But the school district made a very important decision, which was, we don't need the state, we're going to do it ourselves. And they brought in entirely new leadership, including the principal, Jeff Davis, who was here this morning. And the school set, with the state, set 162 goals that they would have to meet in order for the state to acknowledge that the state didn't have to take over the school. They have not only delivered on all 162 goals, but they've received really glowing reviews from the state auditors, proving once again, just keep an eye on Los Angeles, we can really do it right. The rest of the state has a tendency sometimes to poo-poo us. Bad mistake. The state auditors had suggested to Sun Valley Middle School that they apply for the state's list of schools to watch so they can be recognized as a model campus. We're going to be first recognizing them as a model campus. Their improvements included improving the content of the curriculum, doing a better job reaching out to the parents and involving the parents, a better job training the teachers and providing support to the teachers. Teaching, by the way, is not an easy job. They also got building repairs and renovations, landscaping, they modernized the classrooms, and they got new textbooks. The result, as you would guess, has been a wonderful increase in teacher and student morale, as well there should be. You should all get a big pat on the back. I have here this morning a certificate of commendation for the Sun Valley Middle School for outstanding improvements in curriculum content, student learning, teacher training and support, and parental outreach, and achieving overall excellence in education. This is our future, guys. It can be done. And so congratulations to all of you. Now let me just tell you who these people are before you applaud them. I've already mentioned Jeff Davis, who's the principal. Wave to the crowd, wave to the camera. You're on television. I have Floyd Gotham from District B, the director of the Polytechnic High School Family of Schools in the back, holding us all up. Derek Horowitz, the assistant principal. Eduardo Solorzano, the math coach. Everybody gets drilled on multiplication tables when we're done here. My mother taught math. Claudia Haran, the history teacher. And two of our 8th grade students who are the people who really do the work and really prove to the state that all this effort made a difference. Mary Penaloza and Leanne Pineda. And I apologize if I pronounced your names wrong. Because remember, when it's all done, it's like, it's like with horse racing. They always talk about the jockeys. It's the horse that does the work. In schools, it's the students who have to take the tests and prove what's happened. So the students, I think, deserve a special commendation. So let me ask the two students to hold this. Smile for the camera. But I think we'll let at least one of the grown-ups start by responding to this. Please join me in applauding the achievements of this wonderful school.
Good morning. I'm Jeff Davis. I'm the principal of Sun Valley Middle School. And I first want to start by thanking Councilwoman Galanter and Leah Wyman for recognizing all the hard work that we're putting in at Sun Valley Middle School. It's not an easy task to take over a school as a new principal and as a new administrative team and tackle 162 corrective actions that the state told you had to finish by June 30th, 2003. With the help of Judy Burton, the District B Superintendent, and Mr. Floyd Cottom, the Poly Family Schools Director, we received a lot of support from the local district, a lot of support from Governor Romer, the Superintendent of LA School District, and a lot of support from government. Council President Padilla has been at our school, and we really appreciated that. We've had Julie Korenstein from the school board there, Richard Alarcon, Tony Cardenas, Rocky Delgadillo, a lot of people in government, Councilwoman Galanter, a lot of people at different levels of government have helped us in shaping this community and this school into what we consider definitely will be a model school very soon. Special credit goes to the teachers. Ms. Herran is one of our outstanding teachers. She's one of my history teachers. They were asked to sign a letter of commitment to either commit to stay through this 18-month audit, or they were shown a pass to the door to have a way out of the school. And out of all the teachers, I have 131 teachers, 129 teachers signed the letter of commitment. So that's a major commitment right there. And the other factor is they have worked many, many hours. They've gone through 15 to 20 additional days of training on the newest techniques and strategies and teaching. And every time the state comes out to visit, the auditors come every 3 months, and every time the states come out, they comment on the wonderful job and the wonderful improvements the teachers are making at our school. And our students are the other thing they comment about, how wonderfully behaved, how engaged they are in the classrooms and learning, and how excited they seem to be about learning, which from what they tell us did not seem to be the situation back in October prior to our arrival to school. So again, I accept this honor on behalf of the entire Sun Valley Middle School community and stakeholders, and I thank you for recognizing us today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Galanter. The chair will recognize next, when the podium is available, Councilmember Padilla.
Gilbert, man of the hour. Good morning, colleagues, members of the public. It gives me great pleasure to stand here with some tremendous individuals behind me. I want to introduce Tony Torres, who's the president and owner of Black and White Towing, the official police garage in Foothill Division, based in my district. Bud Brown, public affairs manager from Hamer Toyota. And I haven't met you. Mark, oh. Spitting image. And the gentleman here to my left who we want to honor today. And I think the best way I can honor him is to read the incident that has brought us here today. It came to my attention actually from the fire department, Station 98, which services the Pacoima area. And the incident that they wanted the whole city and the world to know about is as follows. On August 14th of this year, firefighters responded to a traffic accident on Glen Oaks and Alexandra Street. Upon arrival, they found a large SUV rolled over on its side with the driver pinned beneath the vehicle. The man would have surely perished without immediate help. The full weight of the vehicle was crushing the gentleman's abdominal area. The fire crew tried everything. Both the jaws of life and lifting airbags simply would have taken too long to extract the man from underneath the SUV. It was then that Gilbert Vasquez showed up on the scene with his tow truck. Working under the direction of Fire Captain Bruce Gallion, Mr. Vasquez volunteered to help and used his truck to hook onto the car and lift it onto blocks so that the victim could be saved. According to Captain Gallion, this incident was extremely stressful and urgent. Mr. Vasquez did an outstanding job under very difficult circumstances. Because of his assistance, the gentleman who was pinned under his SUV is alive today. The City of Los Angeles wants to recognize and needs to recognize Gilbert Vasquez for his efforts. Gilbert, your actions remind each and every one of us of the goodness that can be found in the city, of the strength of the human spirit, and the humility of many of our unknown heroes. While rescuing people may not be part of your official job description, we are proud of your actions, cool and confident under those extreme pressures, and the actions you provided in a dire time of need. I wanted to personally thank you for your efforts and commend you for your professionalism and a job well done. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, we do have the Certificate of Commendation. You may think it was no big deal, but believe me, we recognize heroism when we see it, and we know that there's someone out there, not just as an individual, but a family, who is forever indebted to you. Want to say a few words? Come on. Don't be shy.
Well, basically, I just do my job out there. What the fire department requested, you know, that's all I can say. Thank you for everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Take the rest of the day off.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla, for bringing a local hero to present to City Council. Chair now recognizes Councilmember Hahn.
Come on up. Hi. Madam President, members of the council, come close. I am honored today to introduce the East Coast Aussies, an under 14 girls basketball team who live on the central coast of New South Wales in Australia. The girls are here on a goodwill tour of California, where they will play 5 games against some of our local high school and youth teams. The 10 girls are here with their parents and coaches, and we are so pleased to have them here this morning. They were honored recently by our LA County Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, and they've also been honored by Culver City. The team has spent some time in my district in San Pedro. Yesterday, they visited Dana Middle School, and later in the evening, they played their first game against Holy Trinity High School in San Pedro at the San Pedro Boys and Girls Club. I understand you won. Well, I'm happy for you, even though it was against one of my own teams. You must be pretty good to beat one of our City Council District 15 teams. Later today, they will be watching a Charity Sparks game, and then we'll play the teen girls at the San Pedro Boys and Girls Club tonight. They will be playing the San Pedro Lady Knights and Amateur Athletics Union team tomorrow afternoon at 1, which will be followed by a get-together pizza. The rest of their schedule consists of a game against the Venice Boys and Girls Club on Tuesday and a game against Culver City Middle School on Wednesday. At this point, I would like to present John Zappia, the coach of the Aussies, and Alan Mills, one of the parents, to come up here. And I would like to present to you, on behalf of Los Angeles, a welcoming plaque with the seal of the City of Los Angeles to the East Coast Aussies on the occasion of your visit to the City of Los Angeles. On behalf of the City Council, we extend best wishes for a memorable stay and hope you will visit us soon and not beat too many of our local teams. Congratulations. Would you both like to say something?
Good morning to the City Council, or being an Aussie, I should say, g'day.
G'day.
As Councillor Janice Hahn has said, this is more than just a sporting tour. It's actually a goodwill tour, which since 9/11 becomes a very important issue for the future. Like LA teenagers, these teenagers will be the influence of the future. So any relationships between countries of Australia and America can only do good. We have a few people I'd like to recognise, because this tour could not be possible without a lot of hard work by a lot of people. We have a sponsor, David King from Future Schools, has been a big help. Also, there's a gentleman in the background behind me, which everybody should be able to see because he's very tall. His name is Mark Antonio Grant. Without Mark, from this side, the tour could not be possible. And as one of Mark's saying is, we're all brothers and sisters. So I would like to thank very much of LA City for welcoming us into the family. While I'm here, I do have a plaque to present to your mayor. So Councillor Janice Hahn could give this to the mayor on behalf of Robert Bell, our Gosford City Mayor, and hopefully this will encourage future relations between our two cities. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Can I say something? You sure? Okay. Well, thank you very much. I will present this to my brother, the Mayor of Los Angeles, with your compliments. So again, thank you for coming. I was a basketball player in high school. I was actually Athlete of the Year in my senior year in high school. So you never know where you're going to end up when you start out playing basketball. So welcome. I think what you're doing, I think this Goodwill Tour is valuable and important, and we hope you really do have a wonderful stay here in Los Angeles. I have certificates to present to each of the girls, and we'll do that in the back room. Thank you for being here.
Mr. Labange.
President, members of council, welcome to the special group from Australia. I have a cousin who lives near Queensland in Surfers Paradise and works at the SeaWorld, Katie Brock. Anybody know Katie Brock? Okay, I just throwed it out there. It's a small world after all. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Welcome to Los Angeles.
Mr. Holden.
Oh, Australia. Oh, did you ever hear of the Holden automobile in Australia? Did you say yes? If you yes, raise your hand. Holden automobile in Australia. Holden. That's me.
It makes a lot of noise. It doesn't go very far. Any other members? Thank you, Ms. Hahn. For our final presentation, Chair recognizes Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I think that noise interfered with the comment about the Holden automobile. Makes a lot of noise and doesn't go anywhere. Was that the comment? I just wanted to make sure everybody heard that comment. That wasn't from me, Councilman Holden, but anyway. Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. It's an honor to be here with my staff. Councilmember Ridley Thomas, you want to take the floor for a moment?
Yes,
Take my time. Go ahead.
I want to acknowledge your instigation this morning, Mr. Zine, and
it wasn't started by me.
But I want you to put on your mediation hat afterwards because it might be warranted.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I understand that one. More fireworks to come later in the day. Anyway, it's a pleasure to be here with my staff, members of my staff, and one of the members who's retiring from my staff, and that's Carl Helm. Carl Helm, who has been with my staff before my election, who worked with me at the Los Angeles Police Department, and we worked at Valley Traffic for many years. Carl retired from the LAPD after 28 years of service, and he became an appraiser. And the real estate market is moving so fast that he needs to leave as a part-time member of my staff because the appraisal business is taking all of his time where he's making all of his money. And the couple $100 I was paying you obviously wasn't enough to support you, Charlotte, and the family. It was enough. Let me say a few comments about Carl. Carl was my community specialist. He served the LAPD for 28 years, came out of retirement, and worked as my community specialist after July 2001. Affectionately known as Charlie to Jorge. Jorge named him Charlie. I worked with him. He's been an invaluable member of the Z team. Carl was the office liaison to the Los Angeles Police Department and the Los Angeles City Fire Department, taking on special assignments, which in one instance led to the apprehension of a young man responsible for several $1,000s worth of vandalism. His investigative background has played well within my office. Always took time to listen to the concerns of constituents and to go that extra mile to help resolve community problems. Carl was always first to volunteer on a weekend or even an assignment, and after he retired, he still came in and worked the office when we were short of personnel. A committed person of the community who lives in Winnetka with his family. He will always have a place of honor at the staff lunch table and will always be considered a member of the Z team. Carl Helm is easygoing, to say it mellow, easygoing. Kind and gentle ways will be greatly missed by all those who have had the pleasure to work with him. And we have a resolution for you, Carl, Community Specialist for Councilman Dennis P. Zine, signed by me and all my colleagues, and our mayor and our city clerk, thanking you for the wonderful dedication you've had to the community. I remember we were out walking precincts, knocking on doors, losing weight, and going over to your home for dinner with Charlotte cooking, and it's really been a pleasure. I'm sorry to see you go, but I understand that you want to make not only your police retirement, but all those dollars you bring in from the appraisals.
I'm making a lot.
You're making a lot, and Charlotte's driving you into that appraisal business more and more. We're going to turn the microphone over to you, and we've got members of my Valley staff and my downtown staff here to bid you a farewell, and we're going to take some photos in the back. The microphone is yours, Carl.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Dennis, not only being my employer, but also my friend. And that was meant more to me than you're my employer. And when I told him that I was going to be leaving, he understood, and he gave me his praise. I really appreciate it. I want to thank everybody that I worked with, which would be Jorge Barake. Some's not here today is Rena Gavin, Michael Bessam. Also we have Yvette Whitaker.
We know your name.
Who is a good friend of mine too. That works out of the office. Am I forgetting anybody? Michael Carpenter and
Kim.
Sherry Adams also couldn't be here today. She is still manning the office back in Reseda. But I appreciate.
Bruce and Brian.
Oh, I'm sorry. Him, Brian, and.
Kim, Bruce, and Brian.
I can't even remember all the names. But, you know, they all know that they know I'll miss them. I really appreciate you having me before you again. again, I met some of you, some of the council, Wendy, and I'll be missing the conversations with your office when I call. Thank you very much for having me before you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. Unless there's other presentations that weren't agendized for today, this does conclude the presentation segment of today's meeting. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Bernstein, Galanter, Garcetti, Gruel, Hahn, Holden, LaBonge, Miskowski, Pacheco, Perry, Reyes, Ridley Thomas, Weisstein, and Padilla, 13 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Council is officially in session. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
Mr. Holden moves. Mr. Weiss seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Ms. Miskowski moves, and Mr. Garcetti seconds.
Before starting the regular agenda, there's a couple items to be addressed. Item number 5, there's a request from Councilmember Zine to continue that matter 1 week until October 18th.
Members request to continue item number 5 for 1 week. Seeing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6, a request from Council District 10 to continue this vacation until Wednesday, October 16th.
Members request to continue item number 6, also without objection.
On to the regular agenda. Items numbers 1 through 4 are items for which public hearings have been held.
Items 1 through 4 now before us. I do not have requests from members of the public to address the council on these items. We shall deem the public hearings open and closed. Members wishing to call any specials, items 1 through 4? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those matters are approved. Next items, please.
Items 7 through 19 on the regular agenda are items for which public hearings have not been held.
I do have cards on items 7 and 17. We should call those special. On the balance of the items, we do not have requests from members of the public to address the council, so we shall deem the public hearing satisfied. Members, any other specials on items 7 through 19? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Those are approved. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that brings you back to the first special item, and that is item number 7. It's a city official, it's the appointment of William Bratton as Chief of Los Angeles Police Department, and the EEOC has submitted its recommendations regarding compensation package.
Okay, is Mr. Bratton available? If he's not in chambers now, I know he's very nearby, so let's ask him to please enter and present himself before the council for consideration. Members, while we await Mr. Bratton, let me just sort of advise us as to how we're going to proceed today. We do have about 10 speaker cards, maybe a dozen speaker cards, so we'll hear from members of the public first on this item, and then begin with council discussion and debate, beginning with Ms. Miskowski as chair of the Public Safety Committee. One change in our normal format that we will accept today, unless there's a big objection to it, as opposed to the normal 3-minute time slot for questioning from council members, we will give council members an opportunity to utilize 5 minutes to make comments or direct questions to Mr. Bratton. So we'll begin with the public hearing and then proceed to council discussion in 5-minute increments.
Mr. President, are we going to permit the nominee to make an opening statement to the council?
I'm sure Ms. Miskowski, as chair of Public Safety Committee, was going to begin with that. So, okay. Has Mr. Bratton entered chambers yet? Well, members, let's take 17 and dispense with that item while we await Mr. Bratton. I understand he's just a few minutes away. Mr. Clerk, item 17, please.
Item number 17 is communication from the city engineer, and there are public cards on this matter.
I have one card on this matter. Melrose Larry Green, are you with us? Item 17.
Yes, item number 17, by the way, before I just want to say I was watching the city channel last night, Channel 35, and I saw this very moving interview with Alex Padilla, and I wanted to just share this, Mr. President, with you. I know it's out of order, but I was so moved to hear about your family background, about your parents, child of immigrants, graduate of MIT, and it just really moved me. I just wanted to share that with you, and it showed me what your sincerity is and your service, and you're a real role model to a lot of the young kids here in the city of LA, and I hope they were all watching. I hope they replay that over and over and over again. Anyway, item number 17 is a motion to approve a star for Jack LaLanne on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Now, I happen to be a big fan of Jack LaLanne, and I've actually met him and Elaine a few times, his lovely wife Elaine, and I'm thrilled that you're going to be doing this, and I just want to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment on item number 17. Members wishing to be heard on item 17? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll, please close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. And Mr. Clerk, I believe that brings us back to item number 7. Mr. Bratton has entered chambers. Welcome, Mr. Bratton. I can ask you to take a seat, please. Let us now begin with public hearing on this matter. Mr. Clerk, would you read the matter for the record, please?
Mr. President, this is appointment of city officials, the appointment of William Bratton as chief of Los Angeles Police Department. It's a communication from the mayor. And there is also the EERC has recommended their compensation package for this matter.
Okay. The council now calls forward Mr. John Mack, followed by Sweet Alice Harris, Jim McQuiston, and Jean Hale.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, President Padilla and members of the City Council. I'm John Mack, President of the Los Angeles Urban League, and I'm here on behalf of the Urban League and myself to express our strong support for the City Council confirmation of William Bratton as the next police chief for the city of Los Angeles. I've had an opportunity to become acquainted with former Commissioner Bratton, and also have had a chance to talk with some of my colleagues in New York and check them out independent of our conversations, and I'm persuaded that Mr. Bratton possesses the outstanding leadership qualities that will be necessary in order to transform the Los Angeles Police Department into an institution that's going to serve all of the citizens, both in combating the serious problems of crime, but equally as important as one who has headed the largest police department in the nation, in the largest city, one in which there are many similarities, including the tremendous racial and ethnic diversity, and also one that has had to deal with many major problems and challenges, that he possesses the skills and the savvy to accomplish the objectives that I believe you want to accomplish, and I know that the Urban League would like to see accomplished, as well as many of our citizens. That is to make sure that we have a police department that's going to be tough on crime, but respect diversity and be sensitive to the various racially diversified segments of this community, and build a partnership rather than an adversarial or confrontational kind of relationship. I believe that if you select him, you will make a wise choice, and one who, in my opinion, will long term, we don't kid ourselves that the job is going to be easy. He's going to face some tough political challenges, both internally and beyond. But I think that he is the person who is up to the task, and I would urge your confirmation of Mayor Hahn's appointment of Mr. Bratton as our police chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sweet Alice Harris.
Hello, I'm Sweet Alice Harris from the Parents of Watts, and I want to give honor to God for me being here this morning. I wasn't so good yesterday, but it was God's grace that woke me up this morning, and for that I'm grateful. And I'd like to say that to Mr. Bradley, I've done my homework, and I know you are a good man, because my relatives live in New York, and I've called them. My sister's son is a police officer, and they was upset when you left there, thanks in 96, 97, but they was worried about who they would get next, and things haven't been the same. I'm glad that we have you, because if you work with minorities in New York and they like you like they say they do, then you are a good man. And always remember that God is on your side. Sometimes you might not know what you're doing, but we know what you're doing. So continue to do the good work. And I say to all of my friends out here, you all, it don't always seem like you know what you're doing, but you're doing the right thing today. The reason I know you're doing the right thing today is because I'm here. And I've done the homework already. You know I wouldn't be here if it wasn't, because we have to live with what you vote on. So I'm here to tell you, do the right thing. This is the man. And you all do the right thing. Don't question about it. Remember, we got your back. Remember that.
Thank you very much. Jim McQuiston, followed by Gene Hale, Merrill's Larry Green, Art Plasencia, and Ray Durazo.
Jim McQuiston, East Hollywood Community Association. Our area is a very diverse area in the city, and we look for someone like Chief Bratton to come in and guide us. Los Angeles is an extremely large city with an extremely small police force, and because they are so professional, we don't have chaos in the city. And you have a big job ahead of you, but I'm confident that any one of the three that were nominated would be good choices. And since you have worked with the mayor for over a year, the mayor has been able to size you up, and so has the police force. And I think that is what's necessary to guide us on and to steer us into the proper relationship with the citizens through our community policing. And I think, and I expect good things out of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hale.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the council. I'm Gene Hale, chairman of the Greater Los Angeles African American Chamber of Commerce. I'm here to commend the Police Commission for the work it has done in their selection, and also to applaud the mayor for his courage to select what we consider the best and the brightest of the group. The business community believes that with the selection of Chief Bratton, that the local businesses will restore their confidence to reinvest in their businesses, because at that point they feel as though they will get the necessary protection to continue with their businesses. And we also believe that your selection will encourage other companies to come into the community, invest with the comfort of knowing that their investment will be protected as well. We commend you. We urge the City Council to select the chief today, and we would like to say again, on behalf of the board of the chamber, welcome aboard, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Mr. Green.
Good morning, everybody, and those of you watching on TV. My name is Melrose Larry Green, and many of you around the horseshoe may know me. I met Chief Bratton for the first time last week. Just gave him my card. I said, I'm a big fan of yours, and good luck to you. But I just want to speak very briefly. I'll keep it very brief. Today, October 11th, 2002, has got to be, to paraphrase Lou Gehrig, one of the happiest days of my life. There were three other great dates in my life. My bar mitzvah, I'm not kidding, a very happy day for me. December 28th, 1963, when I got into Brandeis University in Waltham, Massachusetts, where I first heard of Bill Bratton when I used to live in Boston back in 1968. And my first Stern show. I know a lot of you think that's crazy, but my first Howard Stern show in 1992. And those are three great dates in my life, but this is another great date. There has never been an appointment, a better appointment for any job in American history than Bill Bratton to be chief of the LAPD. And I know not all of you that excited about this as I am. Chief Parks was a great, great cop for 38 years on the force, did a great job for the city of LA. But the mayor has made a change, and we've made a change, and this is a change for the better. And I just want to say to those of you that don't think Bratton's the man, talk to me in 6 months. Welcome to LA, Chief Bratton. I'm Melrose Larry Green.
Thank you. Next, the council calls forward Art Plasencia, followed by Ray Durazo, Tut Hayes, and Candido Mares. Mr. Plasencia.
Honorable council members, distinguished guests, let me introduce you to my Latin American Law Enforcement Board. It's Mark Espinoza, Alex Ortiz, and Al Rosh. My name is Detective Art Plasencia. I am the president of the Latin American Law Enforcement Association, commonly known as LALE. I wish to address you regarding the confirmation of Mr. William Bratton as the next chief of police of the city of Los Angeles. LALE, as many of you know, is a nonprofit organization made up of Latino officers of the Los Angeles Police Department. It was our sincere hope that this latest selection process would have resulted in the appointment of the city's first Latino police chief. While that is not the case, we are not here today to express disappointment, but to express our enduring belief that the Los Angeles Police Department has the potential to become the best police force in the nation. There are a lot of good employees in the Los Angeles Police Department, and they deserve the best leadership they can get. We have met with Mr. Bratton and are impressed by his enthusiasm and that he brings to the position, his credentials, and his track record. I am here today to express LALE's support for the mayor's choice, Mr. William Bratton. But we are also here to remind you and Mr. Bratton that Latinos are grossly underrepresented in the ranks of the police department. We believe this problem should not exist, and we ask the new chief of police to make this one of his top priorities. We look forward to working with Mr. Bratton to address the needs of the police department and residents of Los Angeles. The Latin American Law Enforcement Association, LALE, respectfully requests the City Council confirm the appointment of Mr. William Bratton as the next chief of the City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Durazo.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, and distinguished guests, I am Ray Durazo, Vice Chairman of the Latin Business Association. I'm here today speaking on behalf of over 1,000 Latino-owned businesses and thousands more Latino executives of major corporations, many of whom are located in the city of Los Angeles. Normally, the LBA limits its government relations activities to those issues which directly impact Latino business. And some may wonder why we have weighed in on the selection of a new police chief. The simple answer is that law enforcement and public safety have a direct impact on the economy of Los Angeles and therefore on the business environment in which our members must operate. Fear of crime keeps customers away from businesses in Los Angeles. The steady drumbeat of stories in our local newspapers about violent crime encourages people to take their business elsewhere. The quality of life in Los Angeles directly affects the economy of Los Angeles. Therefore, the business community, and specifically Latino business community, has a great stake in the future of the LAPD. Latino-owned businesses comprise the fastest-growing segment of the city's economy. We are creating more new jobs in Los Angeles than any other business category, and Latinos are the economic engine that will help restore economic health to our region. But in order for that to happen, the streets of the city must be made safe. Having reviewed the credentials of William Bratton, we are hopeful that he can improve the effectiveness of the LAPD, and we urge the City Council to approve his appointment to Chief of Police. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tut Hayes, followed by Candido Mares, Lloyd Hild, Mitzi Grasso, and Captain Bill Fierro.
Thank you very much. My name is Tut Hayes. I'm a truly homeless advocate. I've been arrested in City Council chambers 3 times, been arrested at the Police Commission meeting 7 times. To your mind and perhaps everyone else's, that makes me a career criminal. Because you are considered to be a crime fighter rather than a police department reformer, I'm concerned. What we need in LA is not only a crime fighter, and I understand your tactics are rather unusual and rather notorious in some instances. We need someone who's going to reform this department. You see, unfortunately, when LAPD goes into action, they find some way to commit crimes themselves. We pay a very dear price for our shopping carts, those of us who are homeless and have shopping carts. Margaret Mitchell lost her life because she would not surrender her shopping cart. You'll find that housewives use these shopping carts to take their groceries back and forth to the laundromat and to stores, but they take these things from us, and guess what they do with them? LAPD sees to it that street services and sanitation puts them in a dumpster truck and takes them to a landfill. Now, these carts cost $300 to $600 a piece, and they don't crush well. But that's what your department has been doing with shopping carts. The other thing is we have milk crates. So you'll find that just about every city vehicle that does any kind of work has a milk crate on it. Every newsstand on Broadway have many milk crates, as well as the stores, milk crates. But they will not allow homeless people to have milk crates. You see, this is LAPD's scorched earth policy. They give us and leave us nothing. Ms. Gruhl is concerned about tobacco sales downtown, illegal tobacco sales. About 6 years ago, I went to the Department of Tobacco, Firearms, and alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. Told them we had these people selling tobacco on the streets. It took them a 2-week lifetime, but they cleaned it up. Now, the reason I bring that to your attention, sir, is because LAPD was pleading with the school board police officers to give them some help so we could put more officers on the streets. They wanted them to take over the parks. Well, why aren't the school district police dealing with the DARE program, which at one time had 73 officers? You will find if you let alcohol, tobacco, and firearms take care of illegal tobacco, we might have those officers working for us downtown. I will tell Ms. Gruhl there's no such thing as an ice cream truck anywhere in Skid Row or downtown, because she contended kids were buying illegal cigarettes off of ice cream trucks. So I will certainly be paying attention. I hope you don't have an opportunity to arrest me. I go quietly, but we need a police reformer as well as a crime fighter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mattis?
Good morning, Mr. President, council members. I'm here to proclaim that I am a resident of the greatest city in the greatest nation in the world, and that this city is a city of dreams and commitments, and that our mayor has a dream and is committed to making this city the safest city in this country, and that this city council works each and every day to make this city safe for our children and for our seniors and for all Angelinos. And I now believe that Mr. Bratton shares that dream and that commitment when you say that you'll do everything to make this city graffiti-free and that you'll do everything to fight gangs. I say to this council to vote unanimously to approve this gentleman and to make this city the greatest city in the greatest country even greater. Thank you.
Thank you. Before calling the next speaker, Mr. Labange, for a brief introduction.
Yes, members of council, running a little late today, but with us all week is a distinguished group of fire officials from Italy, their fire chiefs and others officials from Italy. Welcome. They're learning the BRUS Incident and Command System that our Los Angeles Fire Department does so well. So we welcome our great friends from Italia.
Thank you for joining.
Hasta la pasta.
Next public speaker is Lloyd Hild.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Chief Bratton, you come to a city that I'd like to add a little historic perspective to. When I came to the city, Fletcher Bowen was the mayor. John Ferraro was an All-American at USC. And we've had some good times and some bad times in that period of time. But nonetheless, I think we are a city with a great future, and we certainly need you here to help us carry on the protection of the citizens and the general overall making sure that we're a safe city. I welcome you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hild. Mitzi Grasso.
Good morning, Chief. Good morning, Mr. President and City Council members. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Protective League, I would like to say that throughout this process for selection for Chief of Police, we took a position of neutrality, believing that the Police Commission, as well as the Mayor, would exercise due diligence and pick simply the best candidate for Chief of Police in Los Angeles. We are here to say that we fully support the process, we support the Mayor's decision in selecting Chief Bratton, and that we are looking forward to working with him. I'd also like to introduce my fellow board members Cliff Ruff, Peter Repovich, and Ted Hunt, and would like to show our support in this selection and are looking forward to Chief Bratton's confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council calls forward Captain Bill Fierro, followed by Captain Michael Downing, Captain Jim Tatro, Monica Harmon, and Douglas Epperhart.
Good morning, and thank you for letting us appear this morning. I'm Jim Tatro, the President of the Command Officers Association, and with my fellow directors, I come before you today to offer our enthusiastic support for William Bratton's confirmation to serve as Chief of Police for the City of Los Angeles. There are several key reasons for our support. First, his demonstrated knowledge of the consent decree and his commitment to implement the consent decree as a foundation of reform is important. It's important so that the department can move forward at the earliest positive date and be out from under the federal court's oversight, which quite frankly demands too many of the department's resources. We also enthusiastically support Bill Bratton's commitment to address crime in every neighborhood. We look forward to Los Angeles police officers enthusiastically approaching their duties and addressing the conditions that contribute to crime. His support of community policing as a partnership between residents, business people, and police officers is the only way that this city will realize the reputation as the biggest and the safest city, or the safest big city in the country. Bill Bratton's leadership will significantly impact the image of the LAPD and its ability to recruit the best young people to be police officers. The efforts of the mayor and the city council members here today have already caused many former LAPD officers to voice an interest in returning to the new LAPD. In summary, Bill Bratton is what the city and the LAPD need. Our officers need to be appreciated for their accomplishments. We need to get the limited resources of the department to focus on the criminal element on our streets, and the people of this great city deserve a timely response to their emergency requests and a high quality of service upon officers' arrival. Mike Downing is going to speak, and then Captain Bill Fierro.
Good morning, Mr. President, fellow council members, and Chief. My name is Mike Downing. I'm the commanding officer of Hollywood area. And I would like to tell you that I had the good fortune to travel to New York in 1995 and participate and observe the first public demonstration of CompStat. And during that experience, I heard of the stories in 1991 and 1992 of New York City amassing a deficit of millions and millions and millions of dollars. We also heard the stories of how officers became engaged and were allowed again to practice the art of police work and trained in the art of police work. And at the end of 2 years of that new philosophy and leadership and approach, the city turned that multi-million-dollar deficit into a $400 million surplus. So not only did it revive the New York PD, but it revived the economy, and it revived tourism, and it revived a vibrant city. We have the opportunity now to create opportunities for success in our functional objective of crime prevention, partnership, and problem solving. We also have the opportunity to liberate the officers to practice the art of police work once again, and to liberate the community to get involved in that problem-solving effort. And once again, we also have the opportunity to develop the skills and the talents of these officers and the community in terms of community police advisory boards, neighborhood councils, to get involved and start practicing that art of problem-solving and the art of police work once again. I also had the opportunity to welcome Chief Bratton to one of the first roll calls in the LAPD at Hollywood Division, where we had community members and the police department there, and it was a very healthy dialogue. They were very impressed with his confidence laid on a foundation of competence and character and experience. I would urge you to confirm the appointment of Chief Bratton. Thank you.
Mr. President, honorable council members, Captain Bill Fierro, Detective Headquarters Division.
Normally, I address you on gun issues and other related matters, but I felt this important enough to come forward and say that I was impressed with the process. I'm overwhelmed by Chief Bratton's credentials, and I look extremely forward to his leadership. And I'm here also to say I support his selection, and we're looking very forward to his leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, the council calls forward Monica Harmon, followed by Douglas Epperhart and Jamie Wilson.
Good morning. I have been before you many times in support of the rank and file and as a community member. The 3 finalists for Chief of Police were outstanding men, and we should all commend them for their dedication to law enforcement. I strongly believe that Mayor Hahn made the decision to select the best qualified candidate. Last Friday, William Bratton came to a community meeting in Hollenbeck Division at the Hollenbeck Youth Center. Over 100 community members attended. You had some of the most vocal community activists at that meeting. He was applauded because the residents liked what he had to say and his ideas on key issues that affect that community: gangs, drugs, and the graffiti problem. There are over 38 known gangs in the Hollenbeck area. William Bratton has a proven track record. All the police departments he has been at have had a reduction in crime. We need that to happen in Los Angeles. William Bratton wants to give back their officers their pride and respect of wearing their badge. I say it's about time. If we as community members simply complain and don't do anything about the problems in our neighborhood, then we become part of the problem, not the solution. I believe William Bratton is that solution. Some people have criticized him for being too harsh. I don't know about you, but I do not want a wimpy leader. I want this one. I ask you today to give William Bratton a chance to prove himself, to turn this city around. We need to at least give him the opportunity to show us what he has done at those other departments. He deserves that at least. Please vote in favor of having him as our next Chief of Police for LAPD. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Epperhart?
I'm Doug Epperhart, President of the Coastal San Pedro Neighborhood Council. For the last decade or so, I've watched the rise and fall and now resurgence of community policing in Los Angeles. You've all heard all politics is local, so is all crime. And I'm glad to see that we have in William Bratton someone who's going to approach it at that level. If for no other reason than your experience with and commitment to community policing, you deserve to get this job. And speaking for my neighborhood council, one of the about 50 certified neighborhood councils in the city of Los Angeles, I want you to know that we are your partners in community policing and that we look forward to working with you and all the men and women of the LAPD as we make our neighborhoods better. Thank you.
Mr. Jamie Wilson?
Good morning, President. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Councilwoman Hahn. It's nice to be here. I'm Jamie Wilson. I'm President of the San Pedro Chamber of Commerce. I'm also Chair of our Business Improvement District. I'm here to support the process and the national search that Mayor Hahn and the Police Commission went through in the selection of Bill Bratton. I'm also here to strongly support him as the next police chief. This past Monday, I was able to meet with him for about an hour, giving him a walking tour of our downtown business district, where we're in the process of revitalizing the downtown area. We really support the Bill Bratton's position on community policing. We also strongly support his emphasis in solving all crime problems, such as graffiti, property crimes, because if we don't have a clean and safe environment, we can't have a thriving environment. Thank you very much, and again, I wish his support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes public comment on item number 7. We now begin with council discussion and debate. The chair recognizes Ms. Misikowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin today by first expressing personally my thanks and my admiration to our Mayor, James Hahn, for the process that he conducted, for the process that the Police Commission was involved with, that led to an open, deliberative, diligent, and determined effort to find the best person to lead the Los Angeles Police Department. The care, the time, the effort that our mayor put in, I think, was open, not only in his interview process, in his background process, in his discussions with many, many community leaders, many, many leaders throughout the country, to lead us to today. I would also like at this point to put the matter on the agenda to make the motion to confirm Mr. William Bratton in his appointment as Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. And before I do anything further, I think it's appropriate to ask Mr. Bratton to tell us why he feels he is the right person to lead Los Angeles Police Department at this time. Mr. Bratton.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'd like to thank the Council, certainly Mayor Hahn and the Police Commission, for the process that I was privileged to participate in. Because it was a process that contributed to my growing knowledge of this city, its history, its current situation, and also to share the Mayor's vision and your vision of what its future might be. A future that I hope to, if confirmed, significantly contribute to by working with the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department, men and women who are committed to working with the community to make this city truly fulfill the vision that Mayor Hahn has so often articulated, safest large city in America. Will not be easy. It will take time. It will take a lot of hard work. But we will succeed. I have no doubt about that. I have had the opportunity throughout my 25 years working in law enforcement, in the last 6 years as a consultant around the world, to develop a lot of deep beliefs. And those deep beliefs have led me to totally embrace the concept of community policing, which this community, at all levels, political, operational, community, understands and appreciates better than any community I have ever experienced. Part of my desire to come to Los Angeles was to share in an environment that understands the importance of this new philosophy, the philosophy that is making America safer, and the philosophy that can fulfill the vision. I want to be a part of what is happening here. I want to be part of the partnership that focuses on the problems, that appreciates that what government is all about is the obligation, the first and foremost obligation to provide public safety for all of its citizens, no matter their race, creed, or background. And I also, thank you. I also want the opportunity to work with this police department, a department that I have admired from afar for over 40 years, a department that has seen more than its share of troubled times in the last 10 years, and inasmuch if confirmed that this department will be my last police department that I will have the opportunity to work with and lead, I would like to see it as a capstone of my career that I participate in restoring it to what it once was and can certainly be again, the unquestioned most professional and successful and caring, and I emphasize caring, police department in this country. All of this is achievable. All of it fulfills the vision. All of it is certainly something I desire to be a part of, and I appreciate very much the opportunity to have gone through a process that was fair and open and intensive, a process that was probably the most complex of any that I've gone through, having served in 5 previous organizations. And I thank you for that opportunity to learn your city in a much better way. And I'd also like to thank each and every one of the council members who over the last week or so expended a great deal of your time trying to educate me even more intimately as to how this city works, where it doesn't work, why it doesn't, and how it can. And also the opportunity to get to know each of you in a much more intimate and personal way and to appreciate the commitment that you all have to this city, the love that you have for this city. And my commitment to you is to match that love, to match that caring, and to work with you to fulfill the dream that we all have, that the city of dreams becomes the city of reality, the safest large city in the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Bratton. Ms. Misikowski.
I know you're very familiar with the consent decree. How do you plan to implement the basic reform that is the essential part of the consent decree, to have it embraced within this department, and to help essentially evolve the culture that led to some of the issues that brought the consent decree upon us?
I intend to do that by making it very clear that I embrace and support totally the purposes of the consent decree, what it's attempting to correct, and what it's attempting to create. People that will work with me in the LAPD will have no doubt whatsoever that it will in fact be the foundation of how this department moves forward. Referencing Captain Tetro's comments about embracing this, the quicker we get it done, the better. The quicker we get it done, we give the department the technology necessary to ensure that officers improve their safety and the safety of citizens, and address also the concerns about racial profiling, brutality, and corruption. The quicker we get it done, the quicker we get the federal government saying to all those who might have bad things to say about the department, no, the Los Angeles Police Department is not corrupt, it is not racist, it is not brutal. It is a truly professional police department upholding the Constitution. So let's get it done. Let's get it done as fast as possible.
Much has been said about the morale in Los Angeles Police Department, and much has been said about linking that morale problem to the issue of discipline and how it was exercised in the past. How do you square the issue of building morale and yet very seriously underscoring the need for discipline, the need for zero tolerance from officers committing things that they ought not to be involved in, and how are you going to put that forward and convey to the police department what your expectations are?
I think this is where this city, this department, and I benefit from the many experiences I've had prior to this. Every organization I have sought to enter has had the combination of issues that you have just addressed: low morale, low performance as a result of that low morale, as well as crises facing it, whether in the form of corruption, racial unrest. And the learning experience I have had in 5 previous organizations, including New York City, which so closely parallels so much of what you're dealing with, I think perfectly positions me to do what I do, which is to inspire the cops, to get them to embrace community policing, and in this case, get them to embrace the benefits of the consent decree rather than just seeing it as a negative. But most importantly, and I think for your purposes, most significantly, to get them to embrace the community. The idea being that if you expect to be respected, you better give it in the first place. And I think this department, from what I've seen over the last number of months, is truly prepared to do that, wants that opportunity, is desirous of it, and I'm hoping to serve as the catalyst to make that in fact happen.
You mentioned in your opening remarks community policing. Can you share with us, particularly in this very large geographic, very diverse city, how you're going to implement community policing and ask the police department to implement it in its diversity, in its locales? I liked the statement from the gentleman who talked about all crime being local, and through the prism of each one of our communities, dealing with issues that are affecting them, letting those rise to the top of the concern and focus with LAPD. If you could address that.
Community policing in its simplest form is partnership, problem-solving, prevention. My focus in terms of this very diverse city, a very large city, one of the country's largest, you will appreciate, and I certainly came to appreciate even more when I spent time with you moving through your various districts, that it is one city in many respects, but it is a city that is buttressed and enhanced by the phenomenal diversity of its neighborhoods. For a police department to effectively work with community, it cannot be a monolithic entity that everything is decided on the 6th floor of Parker Center. Very early on, I will attempt to do here what I have done in New York City and in Boston, which is to decentralize very quickly, reorganize so that the 18, soon to be 20 divisions of this police department, that the commanding officers of those divisions effectively are able to function as police chiefs who are in a position to respond very intimately to the various needs of the various neighborhoods, to empower them, to resource them to the best of our ability, and also with an implementation of the enhanced fast-track CompStat system to hold them accountable, to make sure that they are in fact responding to your issues as city council members as well as the members of your community.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Mr. Holden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Bratton, how are you?
Good morning, sir.
Welcome to Los Angeles. It was in the paper today that I'm the only member of the City Council who refused to meet with you. I just want to share for the record that you were nominated on the 4th, last Wednesday, I believe, the 2nd. And I received a telephone call from the mayor's office asking that I meet with you on Sunday, sometime between 2 and 5, which I was not available. And I made it clear that I was not available. Then they called back on last Friday and said, well, can you meet with them on a Saturday? And I was booked again. And they said that because they said you were leaving on a Monday, going back to New York, and I learned here today that you met Monday with someone in San Pedro. Pedro.
You say Pedro, I say Pedro.
You say Pedro, okay. So the fact of the matter is that I was available. I did not refuse to meet with you at all. And I want that just to set the record straight. Maybe ethics is around, anybody representing ethics? Well, I'm going to take a different line of questioning. Every city employee of this status is required to fill out an statement of economic interest report. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councilman.
Right. Now, when did you receive, and maybe the other members of the council have a copy of Mr. Bratton's statement of economic interest? When did you receive it in the commission's office?
The date stamp on the Statement of Economic Interest was 4:10 p.m. yesterday.
4:10 p.m.? Okay. Well, I inquired about that statement yesterday morning, and they finally gave me a copy of it last night about 5:30, 5:45. And I've had a chance to review it. You have some comments on it. Would you hold my time while you comment on his statement of economic interest for the benefit of the public and the other members of the council?
Certainly. I'm Nora Pollack, Senior Policy Analyst with the City Ethics Commission. As Mr. Holden mentioned a few minutes ago, the process for each nominee to a commission or as a general manager of a department is to submit what is called a pre-confirmation statement of economic interests. This is a city requirement under the Governmental Ethics Ordinance. The purpose of this statement is for commissioners and general managers of departments to disclose financial interests that may be conflicts of interest when they become city officials, when they are confirmed and sworn into their post. The criteria by which the commissioners and general managers are required to report these financial interests fall under the disclosure category for their respective department or commission. And the interests that Chief Bratton discloses here fall under the disclosure category 2 for the Los Angeles Police Department.
Say what you summarized.
Okay. The City Ethics Commission provides a summary of the reportable interests that each general manager or commissioner files with our office. Our role here is primarily and only to complete a review and provide this information to the members of the City Council, to the members of the public, and most importantly, to the nominee, him or herself, to inform them of any possible or potential conflicts of interest that may arise once that person becomes a city official.
What is your review? You summarize your review. Share it with the council.
As you can see in our review and in Mr. Bratton's statement, He does report an investment, stock holdings in Rite Aid Corporation, as well as a position on the member of the board of Rite Aid Corporation. As you probably all know, Rite Aid is a drugstore chain that does operate in the city. Mr. Bratton also reported his ownership in the Bratton Group, which is a limited liability corporation, which is a consulting company located outside of the city, I believe in New York, which did receive income from Kroll. Kroll is a risk consulting firm that I believe is involved in the monitoring and reporting of the Los Angeles Police Department's progress in the federal consent decree.
Go ahead.
May I continue? Continuing, Mr. Bratton also reported his position and income, I believe, from his membership on the Board of Directors of Firearms Training Systems, or FATS, which is a producer of computerized firearms training system that does business with the police department. He also reports income received from PricewaterhouseCoopers, financial and accounting consulting firm that does business in the city. Mr. Bratton also reported various stocks and investments held by his spouse. These stocks and investments are in various companies that do business in the city. He also reported some income received by his spouse.
Okay, now this LLC company, the Bratton Group, of which he's the president of, is consultant to the independent monitor for the city of Los Angeles currently. And that's a conflict. Now, what you think that would be recommended to Mr. Bratton, should he become police chief? He would have to resign.
I've already done that, sir, a number of months ago before I got into this process.
Well, it's not listed here. That's good that you have done that. All right. So you have the other one, your board of directors you're earning as a salary with FAT Group, the Firearms Training System. I think they're based in Atlanta, somewhere from $10,000 to $100,000 a year you earn. Did you resign from that one also?
I will be resigning all my board memberships, both public, private, and not-for-profit. I'm also the member of the Partnership for Drug-Free America.
You will be resigning those positions where there might be a conflict. Well, good to hear that. I want to add one other question. In your statement of economic interest, you indicated that your spouse receiving a book contract, which is appropriate to list. And I wanted to ask you a question. This is your contract. This is your book. It's not listed. Do you receive any residual income from the publishing of this book? You got a contract for $350,000?
That's correct. I received an advance of $350,000 for the writing of that book. I received have not received any residuals since the signing of that contract and in the approximately 5 years since it's been published.
Okay. Let me just say that I'm overwhelmed by the testimony of the individuals who, in support of your nomination, not convinced, but overwhelmed. It reminds me of a good movie. You start looking at the movie, but you don't know what it's going to be like until it ends the movie, then you know what the whole story is all about. Just so happens then you try to find out as much as you can about the actors before you get to the end of the story. And so what I have to do here in my position as a member of the City Council is to represent the people, speak on behalf of the people that I represent. And I say the selection of the police chief is a task that we cannot take lightly. Police issues have had a profound effect on the minority community in the city of Los Angeles. The civil unrest of 1965 and 1992 did not take place in Brentwood, Bel Air. It took place in my community where poor, blacks, and brown people live. I am the elected official representative of a community that often mistrusts police, but must rely on them for protection. This is why it is incumbent upon me and my colleagues who represent areas consistent of minority residents to question this hasty, politically motivated appointment, and that's in my view.
Mr. Holden?
Yes. I'm going to finish reading this statement, and I'll finish my other questioning at the very end. There's only another.
And it'll be your
30
last question for now.
It's not a question. This is the statement.
When you're done with the question, when you're done with the statement, you'll have one more question for now. You can press your button again.
Okay, thank you very much. It is also important to ask questions because the people in my community can be victimized twice. First, by street tough gang members, and second, by another type of individual, law enforcement, that carries a badge. If anyone in this room wonders why I'm referring to what I'm referring to, I have a simple answer: Rampart and Rodney King. The mayor announced his selection of you, Chief, last Wednesday. The Public Safety Committee has conveniently waived consideration of your item, and the ERC has accepted this salary plan, and the mayor has rushed the confirmation to council without allowing the council a public process for confirmation. And so I'm going to ask that I hold my time or push my button again, and of course, I can begin asking another line of questioning.
Did you wish to respond now or wait for his next question?
I'll wait for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. Chair recognizes Ms. Gruhl.
Welcome to Los Angeles and our city council. I had the opportunity on Saturday, we were at the neighborhood council budget meeting, and had the opportunity after that to drive around in my district. And as I said to Mr. Bratton, I was taking him to an area that was different than most of the city of Los Angeles. And for those of you that went to Lakeview Terrace a few weeks ago for our council meeting, I told him that we have areas where there is horse country and cows in a rural part of our district. And we had the opportunity to drive through Sunland Tahunga, and also the area in which we had of our problem with street racing and drag racing. And yesterday, Mr. Bratton, we were able to approve a new law here in Los Angeles that will make it a misdemeanor for individuals who participate in spectating for drag racing, particularly those areas, and we have moved quickly. We did have the opportunity, colleagues, to talk about various issues of senior lead officer program, and glad that you reiterated that in your opening statement and in questions relative to Ms. Misikowski, because that is a critical component of our police force in Los Angeles, and one in which we believe very strongly in. A couple questions, if I can. We also talked about homelessness because of my experience of working on that issue for Mayor Bradley, as well as with Secretary Cisneros and Andrew Cuomo. I would like to get a little bit of your perspective on how we address and balance the need, the fact that we don't have enough housing here for the homeless and some of those lack of affordability in the city of Los Angeles, and the challenges that we face relative to balancing the needs of our business community, for example, in downtown, which I know is of interest to Ms. Perry, and at the same time the homeless themselves, and the fact that many times they don't have an option. I'm going to just ask my other question, and then if you could respond. The other is in deployment, which we also talked about on Saturday, which was the importance, and particularly with the geographic boundaries of our city and the San Fernando Valley, in ensuring that we have adequate deployment, and your experience in deploying in different areas relative to concentrations of crime, or ensuring that we have enough black and whites in the entire city of Los Angeles. And then just lastly, which we also talked about on Saturday, but was about the increase in the murder rate, particularly in the San Fernando Valley, in the East Valley, where Councilmember Padilla and Councilmember Glanta and I represent, the increase in gang crime. And your accomplishments in New York have been specifically related to the drop in the murder rate there, and how you plan to use that experience to address the murder rate here in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you. There were three issues that you raised. First, that of homelessness. Homelessness, as I think we all appreciate, the phenomenon of the last 30 years, that is one that we all would be able to like to resolve. That it is very difficult to look at that population and not look at them with compassion and concern in terms of the lives they lead. A significant number of that population, New York City, over 80% of that population were what were described as EDP, emotionally disturbed persons, as a result oftentimes of alcohol or drug abuse or just circumstances in terms of their mental stability. As police chief, I have two obligations. One as a human, to deal with that population in as compassionate a way as possible, and to ensure that the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department in their interactions do that also. But secondly, that of necessity, I also have to focus not on the status of the individual. All of us hope to God that we never find ourselves in that same circumstance, but on the behavior. And the role of the police in society is to control behavior in conformity with the laws, ordinances, Constitution. So that in addressing that issue, I would attempt to approach it very similar manner that I approached it both first in the subway system in New York City in 1990, where I learned a phenomenal amount about a very caring police department that had a 50-person all-volunteer homeless outreach unit attempting to deal with the 5,000 homeless living in the subways of New York, a population of which about 150 a year were killed by trains, being run over by them, dying of exposure. And an all-volunteer group, many of whom had extensive educational background in dealing with the mentally ill. I would hope to, as I look at that issue here in in Los Angeles, do what I did with the New York City Police Department. In the New York City Police Department, we created, for the first time in the history of that organization, a homeless outreach unit staffed by all volunteer officers to deal with the behavior, but also to deal with the status in a compassionate manner. So, in my approach to that very significant problem in this city, it would be both with compassion as well as conscientiousness about the need to deal with the behavior issue. On the issue of the SLOs, the idea of that very significantly beloved program in the city, and I've now had the opportunity to meet a large number of SLOs that I'm just admiring of their commitment and dedication. I'm also very mindful of the fact that after the selection, they receive no training for that position. You benefit from the fact that these individuals go through a very rigorous selection process that gives you the best and brightest, but then they are literally put into neighborhoods with really no training on how do you organize, how do you interact. And I'd like to focus, based on requests that I've received already from the SLOs, that training be developed that might allow them to enhance the jobs that they do. Secondly, Mayor Hahn has made it quite clear that as one of my first obligations, there is to be a resource allocation analysis done of the department to see are there officers currently available who might be freed up both for additional enforcement action as well as expansion of the SLO concept. And that will be one of the first priorities to effectively try to find resources for both more officers to focus on the strategic addressing of crime and disorder, but more personnel to deal with the community policing component of the department that is most represented by the SLOs. This will then support the third issue that you've raised, the horrific gang-related homicide rate in this city. Addressing gang violence requires a much more coordinated approach than I believe the department has applied in the past year. And as part of that resource reallocation, we'll be also looking at a very significant reorganization of the department's strategic ability to go after gang-related crime. Ford Motor Company, I think, has an expression, job one. Gang-related crime in this department is going to be job one, going at all aspects of it, whether it's graffiti, where the gangs mark their neighborhoods and pretty much flaunt the authority of government by saying, we control this neighborhood, you don't. I know when I made the early on comments about graffiti that there was this sense that with all of our gang problems, homicide problems, what the hell is this guy from New York talking about graffiti? I think you, council members, going out to your communities, understand the importance of graffiti. You don't solve the gang problem just by the strategic initiative. You solve it also by building neighborhood pride in the neighborhood that is being affected. So Mayor Hahn has made it quite clear that the gang issues are to be addressed so as we free up additional resources to staff the empowered divisions, to be more active at their level, be supported by headquarters. We also need to bring in the enhanced SLO community policing program to support that effort. It's all about coordination. It's all about interaction. It's all about initiative.
And just one last question relative to, as Ms. Misakowski mentioned, the morale and also the fact that we have recruitment issues. Although we have improved recently in our recruitment efforts, oftentimes we're compared with New York with the almost 40,000, and we have 9,000 here in Los Angeles, and I've had some challenges. Could you just share with us some of your ideas about recruiting officers to the LAPD?
In just a brief time that I've been here, as well as the process I've just gone through over the last number of months, the good news is that as a result of efforts by yourself, the Commissioner, the Mayor, that the recruiting crisis is beginning to sort itself out. We visited the Police Academy the other day, watched a large number of young men and women going through that very extensive training process. And the good news is that many, as the Command Office Association referenced, are seeking now to come back into the department once again, and the attrition levels have declined dramatically. That's the good news. What I would like to focus on, however, is an issue that the unions have also raised relative to the qualifications of the personnel we're bringing in. As we bring in large numbers of people, we cannot make the mistakes of the past, not only in this city, but throughout America. When you bring in large numbers, that oftentimes people come in who should not be here. I'm going to make a very concerted effort to ensure that those who are coming in, as we are increasing our capability to attract large numbers, are the best, the brightest that we can get, so that they are better positioned to work with the people who are already here, and even better positioned to work with the community. So I'm looking not just for the quantity component of it, but the quality. I'd rather slow down the quantity enhancement to ensure that I've got the quality.
Mr. President, colleagues, like I said, had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Bratton and was impressed, and similarly today with your answers to these questions, and want to acknowledge the efforts of Cindy Misakowski and Alex Padilla and the Mayor for participating in this process, and the Commission. It was a lengthy and arduous process that you went through.
Tell me about it.
And one where I know a lot of questions were asked. And I was at a CPAP meeting last night in Sun Valley area, and everyone is anxious to meet you. And I know that you will have many requests relative to going out into our very diverse city, and I'm looking forward to you being part of the city family. We oftentimes call our challenges opportunities, and so look forward to the opportunities we have to make this city better and to work with you. And last comment, and it may be on some of my other colleagues, this is Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and we kick that off today and acknowledge many of the police officers who've made it a priority, and I'm certain that similarly will be a priority to address that critical issue here in the city of Los Angeles. So thank you for your willingness to come to the city of Los Angeles. I shared with you that people thought I was crazy when I left DreamWorks to come be a city council member, and you said, your friend said the same thing to you coming to city of Los Angeles, the chief of police. But thank you for your willingness to serve. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to that first horseback ride in about 20 years.
That's right.
Up in horseback.
They're waiting.
Chair recognizes Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President, and welcome, Commissioner Bratton. You're not crazy to be here. This is the greatest city in the nation, and we are all so looking forward to the many years of service and leadership that you're going to provide not only to the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department, but indeed to the citizens of all of Los Angeles, and I would dare say to all of Southern California. So welcome to you and good luck. And I note, as many have noted, that your terrific autobiography is entitled Turnaround, and it is my deepest hope that when you leave this department in several years, it will be to write a sequel to this autobiography, which will be called Turnaround Part 2. And we are all looking forward to that. I want an advance copy of that, if I might.
If I may just inject for a moment, the mayor, and I don't think I'm violating a confidence.
Hold my time.
During the interview process, asked that very question. Will I be reading about this interview someday? So my commitment to him was no. I'm through writing books for a while.
I look forward to reading that part of the book, too. But Let me ask you just a couple public policy questions, because we've had a chance to meet and talk public policy, and I just want your reaction, your general philosophy on two issues for us this morning. The first is the role of the Inspector General of the Los Angeles Police Commission. As you well know, for several years here in Los Angeles, we have had this important innovation of an independent civilian with authority to investigate the police department, and yet we've had several years of an adversarial relationship from the top of the department towards the Inspector General's office. What is your philosophy? What's your approach with respect to the Inspector General? If you could hold my time.
My commitment to members of the council and to the police commission is that, effective with my appointment, the days of adversity are over. I intend to run a very transparent organization to you in the council, certainly working closely under the guidance of the commission, but also having a spirit of inclusion in my relationship with the Inspector General. I'm not afraid of being looked at. I'm not afraid of being criticized, particularly if that criticism is well-intended and focused. And my sense is that the Inspector General has been empowered under city charter to fulfill that obligation, and I certainly intend to work with him to help him fulfill those obligations.
Thank you for that response. And the fact that that is your philosophy is, for me, one of the principal reasons why I am so delighted that you are going to be our next police chief. The second public policy question I'd like to ask you concerns the subject of preparing for terrorism, which, as you know, is a major concern of mine. And another reason why I am so delighted that you are here in Los Angeles is because you've had experience in the city in this country which has had the most unfortunate experience with terrorism and preparing for it. And you have seen and witnessed a department that has prepared for it on a major scale. I'm wondering if you can share with us this morning some of your philosophy with respect to preparing not just the police department, but a city for the new threat of terrorism.
Well, as you know, Councilmember, we have had the opportunity, you and I, on several occasions to discuss this particular issue, and your recent report identified many areas of concern. One of my first tasks will be, if confirmed and appointed, will be to seek to pair up, if you will, with some of the other cities in this country that have been making remarkable progress along with Los Angeles in addressing this issue. And one of the things I would seek to do in particular with New York, which has made profound changes in their police department as well as their emergency preparedness. And I would seek to engage in a dialogue, sharing with them what LA has done, which has also been very progressive, but also what I'm more intimate with because of living in New York, what Commissioner Kelly has done in that city. And you and I have discussed some of those changes. So the whole idea here is to share, that no one city or community is cornered the market on how to deal with this new paradigm that we're going to live with for the rest of our lives. So I think its prioritization is appropriate, but also similar to the policy of inclusion that I will seek to embrace in all aspects of what I do. This is one of those areas I think we can benefit by getting more people into the tent with us and exchanging ideas.
I appreciate that answer as well, and I would encourage you, as you implement that perspective of sharing when it comes to terrorism preparedness, that you encourage your department to share and support the efforts of our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Lee Baca, who has an innovative countywide regional intelligence program that we can better support here from the perspective of the city. And that's one additional reason that I'm so delighted you're here. There has, in the past, been some competition, some jockeying between city and county law enforcement. It makes no sense to me, and it makes no sense to the people who live here. And it may have had, it may make some sense to people at certain parts of different bureaucracies, but I look to you to break down those barriers, and I'm confident that you will do that. One final question. Perhaps for many of us in Los Angeles, this is about as serious a topic as we can possibly address with someone with your New York City background. I want you to know that I have read in the newspaper that while you were police chief in New York, you frequented an establishment known as Madison Square Garden. And when I've had the chance to watch Laker-Knick games, I've seen approximately 20,000 fairly rabid individuals at the top of their lungs screaming, "Beat LA! Beat LA!" And I just want to know, I assume you had nothing to do with that while you were in New York, sir.
Not me.
Okay, good answer. I look forward to voting for you and working with you over the next several years, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you much, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Bratton, for putting yourself forward for service here in the city. A few comments and then a few questions. One, I want to praise you for talking about the benefits of the consent decree as well. I think that there are really some opportunities here, and that we should not, as a culture in the department, look at it just as something in which there are obligations, but the benefits as well. I also want to thank members of the community that came down. Sweet Alice, John, it means a lot to have you here. Members of the PPL that were here, and the Command Officers Association. It's very important to have heard those voices, and Art Placencia and the folks from La Ley. Second thing that I wanted to just comment on and share, when we were able to spend some time together, that I was very impressed with, that really helped for me tip the balance, was our discussion around gang crime. And in particular, the way that, I don't think you detailed it as much today, but that you are looking not only for more comprehensive coordination within law enforcement, but also between law enforcement and the other parts of this city, where we can use the Community Development Department, where we can use the Recreation and Parks Department as actually frontline responders as well to the problem of gang violence. Third point I wanted to make, that I know the mayor has done an initiative on, and that is an ongoing issue, is with parks safety, with safety in the parks, and making sure that as we have drive-by shootings in the parks, as we have certain parks that are just not being used at all, that there is a particular focus there. There's been talk of a dedicated unit that the mayor talked about as well that would just deal with parks. We have parks rangers as well that have talked about perhaps having sidearms. They could perhaps do that as part of the LAPD. Two other quick comments before my questions. One other thing that I know I shared with you too that I think is very critical, and part of why I think whether it's the African American community or the Latino community or others sometimes want to see somebody from their community. It's not only about progress, but it's also about bridging divides that have been there historically. And we saw, the LAPD put all sorts of resources when Jessica Cortez disappeared in Echo Park, but still on the ground, as I shared with you, there was still a divide between the community, the Spanish-speaking community, the Latino community, and LAPD, to the point where the community was going and talking to the FBI before they would talk to LAPD. And I think it's going to be critical for leadership to be able to heal that divide as well. Lastly, I want to thank you as well for hearing about the foot patrols in Hollywood and how critical that is, maintaining, as we have that promise from Chief Pomeroy, as your leadership comes in, that we're able to implement that. My questions, and if you hold my time during the questions. I know the Councilmember Gruhl started talking about this. I know we have some of the members of a domestic violence task force here. It's Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I wonder if you might be able to detail a little bit more. I know we talked about the DART teams when we met, the domestic abuse response teams, which are civilians that roll out with the police officers. Our $1 million federal grant has disappeared this year, and we're introducing a motion to try to save at least 4 of them that are functioning under that grant. But if you could give us a little vision about what you think about those, and also your wider vision on domestic violence and what we can do. If you please hold my time, Mr. President.
On the issue of domestic violence, as I think you all know and appreciate, and to some extent still is, the hidden crime. In New York City, that Mayor Giuliani was appointed, that he clearly made that one of his top priorities to address, because studies that had been done indicated that a woman was 6 times more likely to be assaulted in her home than on the streets or subways of New York. And as I would propose to do here over the next couple of months, the identification of all the strategies that have to be developed in a coordinated fashion. One of those linchpin strategies would revolve around the issue of domestic and family violence. In New York, within the framework of their government setup and resource availability, I think we were very, very creative in the creation of domestic violence investigators as well as coordinators, so that once police got involved with the family, there was an ability to stay involved with that family, moving them through the process. I have a limited intimacy that's expanding with the initiatives here in Los Angeles, and I would hope what I bring to this situation is experiences from other environments, as well as a deep commitment to this hidden crime, if you will.
Well, thank you, and I think that DART teams are really a model in the country, and really not only should we be protecting what we have, we shouldn't rest until each division, with standards for the city, of course, has that sort of civilian cooperation in helping to extract folks from those situations. My second question, if you hold the balance of my time again, Mr. President, I'm curious your thoughts on, as you know, November 5th, there's an election here that may divide the city. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on the idea of secession, and also what problems, potential division of the city may cause you in terms of implementing the vision that you've laid out here.
In one of the newspaper articles over the last several days, maybe a letter to the editor, I was criticized for my early on comment that something to the effect, I can't even begin to imagine why you would want to take one of America's greatest cities and break it up. I'm a proponent of cities. I love cities. I think I understand their importance in our society. And as I understand your situation, having had the opportunity to have lunch up in Hollywood with you, having had the opportunity with several of the other council members to get into the valley, I see no benefit or gain, being quite frank, as an outsider with a very limited knowledge and perspective, other than the importance of cities, the importance of big cities, the importance of cities that work. And what I would seek to do when the referendum hopefully does not pass, in my capacity as police chief, is to reinforce Mayor Hahn's commitment to ensure that the Valley gets proportionate police services to need. And what the CompStat system that I've championed so vigorously does, it identifies where is that need as it relates particularly to crime and disorder. And then we have to get into the area of moving into community policing, the other area, SLOs, et cetera. But that would be my commitment if and when that referendum is defeated, and I personally hope it's defeated. I didn't just go through the process that I just endured to come out and get half a loaf. That I want the opportunity to work with the whole Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. Two last questions. First, there's been a lot of talk recently, and I'm not asking you to comment on any specific cases on hate crimes in the city. I was wondering if you might be able to detail your own philosophy about hate crimes and the importance of whether or not, when we have incidents, what the public side of addressing potential attacks on members of certain communities based on those defining characteristics may be. If you'll balance my time for my last question.
On this issue, I think that one of the benefits of the discussion that you and I had was that your ability to see and hear firsthand my commitment and passion for this issue. The idea that the Los Angeles Police Department on its recruiting and retention practices has been able to attract, retain, and expand significantly the number of gay police officers, a goal that I am certainly committed to. Additionally, that the department has to be seen as taking issues of hate crime, whether based on religion, based on sexual persuasion, whatever, and prioritizing those. Prioritizing not just the physical act of assault upon an individual, but the assault on the emotion, the assault on the psychology when somebody paints a temple-wood swastika or any of the other types of hate crimes we might deal with. My commitment, as it has always been, is to deal with those issues forcefully and to the best of my professional capabilities.
Thank you. My last question, I think folks should always have the opportunity. I think you've had almost all complimentary things said. Occasionally there are whispers of a couple negative things, and one of them I just want to put out on the floor so you can have the chance to address your critics is about your philosophies on racial profiling. And I know that's been an issue here, and if you could just detail for all of us your thoughts on that, whether or not it makes any sense for us to be tracking that, what sort of burden or opportunity that puts on the department, and where we should be going with that as well.
Let me make myself very clear on this issue. Racial profiling is morally and legally wrong. It will not be tolerated. It will not be practiced while I'm chief of the Los Angeles Police Department. And indeed, one of my issues of concern in terms of embracing the consent decree and looking to move more quickly toward its accomplishment is that the technology that will be available will, one, allow me as chief, mayor, you as city council members to ensure that the members of the LA Police Department are not practicing in any way, shape, or form racial profiling. And that secondly, that one of the quickest ways to begin to develop a new spirit of partnership with our city's minority communities is to be able to refute those allegations, which unfortunately, as Rampart clearly disclosed in other incidents, and not just this department, throughout the country, it does exist. Is it systemic? I don't believe so. I've not seen anything to that effect. At the same time, we must always be constantly vigilant that if it does exist or manifest itself in any way, shape, or form, it has to be dealt with effectively. So, racial profiling will not be tolerated in the Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you for stating that and stating that very clearly. We welcome you again, your service, and we look forward to next week when you start the job to saying that this is a new day in Los Angeles. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcetti. The chair now recognizes Mr. Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I won't ask too many questions because I don't want to be too repetitive. A lot of issues that are important to me have been raised by many of you, and I'm sure will be raised by others that have yet to speak, and I've certainly had plenty of opportunities to chat with Mr. Bratton. But I did want to share with you and members of the public just a couple of observations on the process, because I think it was a very substantive one, and I thank the mayor and Councilmember Misikowski for making sure the final interview process with the mayor was a process and discussion that was in-depth and meaningful. Clearly, as you can all tell, Mr. Bratton is an intelligent individual, an articulate individual, and certainly an accomplished individual, as he's appealing to us to confirm him to be the next chief of police in the city of Los Angeles. In that interview process and in the private discussions, in addition to several of the priorities that the mayor has outlined and the commission, I believe, has prioritized, such as reform within the department, recruitment, retention, morale of officers and others. I personally had an opportunity to raise an issue that has been touched on a few minutes ago. That is the issue of gang violence in our communities, and very bluntly, just a crime being committed by young people in the various communities of Los Angeles. And I'll certainly allow Mr. Bratton to share some of his specific ideas, but he has shared not just specific ideas and suggestions, but has made a commitment to maintain this as a priority for himself and for the department. And I think he even recognized that he doesn't know it all. The difference between the gang culture in the East Coast versus the West Coast, and the nuances of not having a conversation about gangs in isolation from a conversation of narcotics, or the relationship between the street gang activity in Los Angeles and the organizations within the prison system. I think you'll find Mr. Bratton not just as someone who is strong-willed and very confident in his experience, but also an open-minded individual, willing to learn more and recognizing where he needs to learn more and to engage individuals who bring additional talent, expertise, and points of view to do the job as well as he can. But in terms of the process, again, I can't emphasize enough as important of a decision as this was for the mayor to make, to select from a very tough list of final three, because they were all extremely qualified. It's equally as an important decision for us to make on this council as we cast our vote for confirmation, a yes vote or a no vote. And I can tell you, in the various discussions that Mr. Bratton and I have had, he has earned my support. I think I've been very clear in the evolution of my thinking and consideration with all of you and with the members of the public. Let me tell you clearly, Mr. Bratton has earned my support, but it wasn't just about me. As president of the council, it was also very important to me that each and every one of you members had an opportunity, for those of you who wished, to meet with Mr. Bratton, whether it was for 15 minutes or for 2 hours, or whether it was in your office or out in your communities, to have that opportunity. And I'm glad to see that Mr. Bratton has afforded each and every one of you that opportunity. I asked him to reach out and to take it seriously, and I asked each and every one of you to take the opportunity seriously as well. And from what I'm hearing, it's clear that each and every one of you has made that a meaningful opportunity. So just as Mr. Bratton has earned my support, I hope that he has earned all of your support as well. And I would personally ask your aye vote on confirmation from Mr. Bratton today.
Thank you, Mr. Padilla. Is there any response, Mr. Bratton, to
Thank you. And on the issue of gang violence, as we clearly discussed, Mayor Hahn has more than emphasized the importance of that prioritization, not just in the strategic traditional crime reduction role, but in the much larger comprehensive role of attacking it on a lot of different fronts. And we did have many good conversations along that line. I look forward to working with you on those issues.
Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President, colleagues. First, he was here earlier, but I don't see him here now. I just wanted to personally take this opportunity to thank our interim chief, Martin Pomeroy. I think he came in at a tough time in the department, and I think we all owe him a huge debt of gratitude for coming out of retirement and stepping in and not being just a placeholder in the department, but taking the opportunity to do some things, to make some immediate changes, and to really, in my opinion, do a lot to begin improving the morale of every man and woman in the police department. So I just wanted to personally take this opportunity to thank him and tell him how much we appreciated him. I want to also commend the mayor. I think he made a great, bold choice for our next chief of police. And in the short time that I've been able to spend with you, I've started to read your book, and I enjoyed the time that we spent together on Monday in San Pedro and Wilmington, and I appreciated the fact that you took the time to walk business by business in downtown San Pedro. And I know what you've heard from those business owners, as well as many others, that many of our business owners feel like the key to economic development in every downtown in Los Angeles relies completely on the safety of the streets. And I know you heard from them that they remember when LAPD had a foot beat and the officers got out of their cars and walked business to business and shook hands and knew their names. And they told you about the need for going back to that and for increasing the bike patrols. One of the things I was happy that we had an opportunity to do was to introduce you to some of the leaders of the neighborhood councils. And I know you spent last Saturday with almost 800 of them. Neighborhood councils is a new, growing, some of us think radical movement here in Los Angeles. We believe it's not going away, but it will really fundamentally change the way we at City Hall behave differently towards our constituents. I would like for you to tell me how you expect for the police department to work with neighborhood councils and other community groups in keeping our city safe. And would you hold my time?
Actually, what I would hope to do with the police department will closely mirror what is happening with those neighborhood councils, the idea of empowerment at the local level within clearly identified neighborhoods that have a sense of identity. The decentralization that I've talked about in the police department, trying to increase the power of the division commander to run his or her own shop, I believe will parallel perfectly the efforts that this city is making to empower its neighborhoods and to ensure that the partnership that is so essential to community policing and the ability to prioritize problems in terms of how to address them and when to address them will go a long way toward the goal of prevention that we're all seeking, prevention of crime from reoccurring once we've been able to reduce it. I'd also, if I may, just take a moment to echo your comments on Chief Pomeroy. I've only known him for a short period of time, but in terms of the police department that I have found and I hope to inherit from him when he leaves is one that is much the better for his all too brief time here. It is a department that has begun to, in a coordinated fashion, address a rising crime rate, and the good news is, the briefing I had from him the other day, that it seems to have peaked and is beginning to move in the right direction, which is down, and that's a credit to him and his ability to inspire and organize the men and women of the department. But he was also something we all hope to be in our lives, the right person at the right time. And I think at a time of great concern in this city, of great unrest, he was like oil upon the water. He was able to calm those waters, and I think all of you in this city, and certainly myself, who hopes to be his successor, we owe a sincere debt of gratitude to that man for what he has done for this city that he loves so much, and this department that he's committed so much of his life to.
Thank you. I, as many others, have big interest in graffiti abatement. And as you said, I believe the fact that you came in here on your very first day and said you were shocked to see the amount of graffiti that has really tainted our city from neighborhood to neighborhood. I think there were a lot of community activists that cheered you just on those words. We have felt in the past that graffiti was not high on the list in terms of police help or response. And along with that, and I would like you to touch on that as well as the other thing that I think cheered our hearts was your commitment to prevention. And I think it's been a long time since we have attacked crime comprehensively and included prevention. I was happy to introduce you to the Gang Alternatives Program in Wilmington. And there are many of us who believe, of course, that gangs rely on membership, and that it's been a long time since we've really attacked prevention and keeping our kids out of gangs in the first place. Could you just, again, expand a little bit on how you plan to attack the graffiti problem, and then how important is prevention for all crimes, but particularly for us in trying to get a handle on the gang violence in our city?
What I would seek to do, working in close cooperation and partnership with you, the council, the communities, the commission, certainly the mayor, is to create a, for lack of a better term, a grand mosaic. A mosaic is made up of many pieces and parts, no two that are alike. And in dealing with the issues of gang violence, the issues of social disorder in this city, you attack it in many different ways. And so as we assemble the various strategies that will be necessary to deal with gang violence, there was a place for graffiti, assault. There was a place for programs such as GAP, which I was extraordinarily impressed with in terms of the innovativeness and the commitment of the people involved with that. All of these are pieces that are going to come together to create the vision that will be displayed through that grand mosaic of why Los Angeles will, in a relatively short period of time, be able to claim the title of safest large city in America. Little things, big things, they all have their place, they all have their prioritization, and the ultimate goal of dealing with both is prevention so that they do not reoccur again. And I would point out the subway system in New York City, 6,000 subway cars in the late 1980s covered totally inside and out with graffiti. Those of you who had the occasion to visit New York, you don't see that graffiti any longer. And so the seemingly impossible task happened there. So what's the Chinese expression that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step? Let's take that first step together.
Well, thank you very much. Again, in the short time that I've spent with you, I am hopeful and very expectant that you indeed will turn around this city, that you will truly implement the things you have been talking about. I believe Los Angeles will stay together on November 5th. I think we'll be a stronger city, and I think you have neighborhoods all over this city that are ready and willing to partner with you and the fine men and women that we have in this department to truly make this a safer city. Thank you for your willingness to serve. I will vote for you enthusiastically, and I urge all my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, good afternoon. By the time we conclude, it may be good evening as the clock ticks by. Chief Pomeroy mentioned to me that he would like to see you confirmed so he can go back to Montana, back to his family. He did mention that to me. Your history, very effective leader, a globetrotter. You've been going back and forth to New York, and I know their time schedule is 3 hours ahead of ours, and how you're so attuned and so alert is very impressive, because I know you haven't had much sleep going back and forth and meeting all of us and doing all the rounds of the city, so you've got great stamina. We had a meeting, 2 meetings in particular, and you mentioned a number of issues. I had 3 pages of questions in the second meeting. You answered all those questions from top to bottom. I come from a law enforcement background, you come from a law enforcement background, and we compared notes and the policing, the environment, the style of law enforcement, and our love and compassion for people to make things right. There was a comment you made, we measure success by crime rates, disorder, fear of crime. Within the Los Angeles Police Department currently, well, let's say it's improved with Chief Pomeroy, but there's been a great deterrent for officers to do the job because of fear. A disciplinary system, we haven't touched on that to this point. How do you put forth a system that's respected by the communities, that's respected by the officers, interpreted as fair, to encourage them to do the job and do the job with confidence, to know that when they do that job, they're not going to be disciplined and lose their job for doing the job that we encourage, want them to do. If you hold my time, please.
To paraphrase an old expression, to those whom much is given, much is expected. This city, over the last number of months, has given a great deal to the members of the Los Angeles Police Department, much that they had been seeking through their collective bargaining process. Compressed work schedules, beginning to take a look at modification of a disciplinary system that they thought was draconian and really impacting on their ability to police the city. It is now time for the men and women of that department to begin to reassert themselves. But in doing that, to do it always under the complete understanding that while I'm police chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, they will do it constitutionally, compassionately, and consistently, and that they must get back into those streets and reclaim them. The gangbangers cannot be left in control of the streets of Los Angeles as has often been the case. I'm hoping that with my leadership, the leadership of the team that I will shortly surround myself with, that we will be able to inspire and lead by working with them, by working shoulder to shoulder with them, and by also working in close collaboration with you in each of your individual neighborhoods and the needs of those neighborhoods, as you all so graciously took time to make me aware of. And I am confident that the men and women of this department want to fulfill their oath of office, want to exhibit pride in that shield that they wear over their heart, and that they're willing to get back in the game. And I want them back in the game. You want them back in the game. And certainly your constituents are demanding that they get back into those streets and take them back from those who are creating such fear.
And as long as they're doing it under the restrictions, the proper restrictions, respect the Constitution, respect rights, do it in a professional manner, they will receive the backing of the department, not have to worry about the negative consequences that oftentimes of the past few years have seen become routine.
Policing is a profession that allows great discretion, and policing is also a profession that requires great adherence, particularly to the Constitution, the law. And it has to be understood that you can, in fact, police a city as complex as New York, as complex as Los Angeles, as complex as Boston, within the law. You can have civil police, you can have civil rights, and you can have crime reduction all at the same time.
Thank you. I know we're limited to 5 minutes, and I want to go through some questions that came out of the Daily News recently, and I know you and I discussed about an interview with them, and due to certain intervention by not you, I know you said you were willing to do that, they've made some comments to me regarding that. And in a recent editorial, they asked about the deployment of the LAPD within the San Fernando Valley, which I represent, response time, which in San Fernando Valley, which is higher than other parts of the city, and also, would you be willing to meet with their editorial board and discuss the issues and concerns that they have, because they honestly feel that they've been left out of the loop when it comes to the questions that they're concerned about their constituents, where secession is brewing. And a district that I represent, Woodland Hills, yesterday or day before voted to support secession, the Woodland Hills Neighborhood Council, which is disheartening to me since we're trying to keep things together. Can you respond to that? The deployment of the LAPD in the San Fernando Valley and the response time, how we reduce that response time, how we put personnel out there, increase those numbers, since they're paying taxes and not receiving. If you look at the ratio of dollars spent on LAPD resources, the Valley is not receiving their fair share of what they're paying in taxes. And if you could hold my time on that, please.
As you know, we spent quite a bit of time in your office discussing the issue of deployment, and one of the benefits of the CompStat system that I'm such a proponent of is that in a timely fashion, it allows you to identify problems before they go into patterns. And that one of its great benefits is it puts resources where the problems are. As you are aware, as a former police officer and currently still a reserve officer, the assignment of resources is based on many indicators. And my commitment to you, to the citizens of this city, is to very quickly come in, put into place a system that will allow us to truly analyze where are the problems occurring and assign resources based on that issue. During my time as police commissioner in New York City, we assigned resources in such a way that all 76 precincts of that city reported double-digit crime declines in 94 and 95, supporting the idea that you put resources where the problems are. And you've clearly indicated that in the Valley, there are problems that are not being addressed that can be more effectively addressed. And my commitment is, and certainly the commitment of Mayor Hahn, is to address those issues. As to the meeting with the editorial board, I would hope subsequent confirmation here and swearing in later this month that I'd be in a position to certainly meet with them and try to convince them of my compassion, of my interest, my commitment, and hopefully my expertise to meet their concerns.
And I know in New York there was maybe an ego war with the mayor, which has been reported. The mayor didn't let you speak to the aldermen or the council members. There was a blockage there. Do you see that occurring here, or will we as council members have access to you and you have access to us, or will it all have to go through the mayor's office?
Actually, best I can tell, that both through this confirmation process as well as discussions with the mayor, it is his intent to really allow that transparency that I've talked about, that inclusion. We are literally all in this together, and that I'm sorry, sir.
Councilman Ridley Thomas says this is a critical question. Soon to be Assemblyman Mark Ridley Thomas.
He beat me up for quite a while in his office on this same question, warming me up for it. The commitment is to be there for you and me to be there for you whenever.
And coordination within the department has been broken up into little pigeonholes where there's many specialized divisions and not much communication between those divisions. And we've seen that happen with the terrorism around the world, where one department doesn't talk to another, and one entity, the CIA, doesn't talk to the FBI, and intelligence gathering here and there. Do you see a process of change in that within the LAPD where, for example, in Maryland right now, in Virginia and Washington, D.C., they've got some crazy individual shooting innocent people. Different departments may be working together, maybe not. Do you see a coordination within our city, within our police department, within those separate entities that have been established, a coordination of efforts unlike we have now?
One of the benefits I see looking at the LAPD at this particular time is the room for improvement in the area of coordination. And with that improved coordination, the increased benefit in terms of crime being addressed and also being addressed in such a way to reduce it and prevent it from occurring again. So that's a great area in which I think a lot more can be done.
And you did mention my status as a reserve officer with the Los Angeles Police Department. Would you be willing to go on patrol with me in the San Fernando Valley?
I'll be looking forward to getting you on the receiving end of this process.
Very good, Chief. Thank you very much.
Ms. Perry.
Thanks very much, Mr. President. My question is can you fit into your original uniform?
You will be surprised.
Yes, I will be. Anyway, when you...
I couldn't this morning.
You and I spoke last week about the Skid Row area and the 9th Council District, and it's an area in which I focus a great deal of attention. There are many residents of Skid Row, many of whom are in single-room occupancy hotels and in developments that provide them with social service support. But there are many other populations that are mixed with Skid Row, people who have been released from prison, people who are there to sell drugs and prey upon others who are legitimate residents of the Skid Row area, and the most difficult and complicated problem of all, which is people who are shelter resistant and living on the sidewalk every single night. I think I also shared with you the lawsuit that had been brought against the city in several of the business improvement districts by the ACLU probably a couple years ago now, and there's been a protocol established as to how people who are living on the sidewalk can be approached, and I wanted to get some of your thoughts on the record as to how you would be able, or what your experience has been, or how you would deal with that here in Los Angeles. Can you hold my time?
Echoing my earlier comments on this issue, that the approach has to be one of compassion, because the reality is that the majority of these people are not capable of controlling their status, if you will, or their condition, that they just do not have those capabilities. And at the same time, in addressing it, it also still has to have an enforcement focus to control behavior that unfortunately they are the principal victims of. Many of the crimes committed by the homeless or the so-called homeless are committed against other homeless, who are probably one of the most defenseless populations in our society. So the role of the police is really a twofold role: to protect and at the same time to control. And it's a delicate balancing act. And it's my hope, based on some of the discussion with you, that we share similar views about how to, in fact, approach that issue, both with compassion and sensitivity, and at the same time, recognition of our obligation to keep not only the homeless safe, but both businesses and other people who might choose to work in that area.
One last question. The issue of domestic violence within the department, which you will now head, has been an ongoing concern. I wanted to know what's your background or experience on dealing with that with respect to a department that you are running, how you'd handle that in the future.
As you're aware, this is still an evolving issue, one that policing has, I think, over the last several years begun to face up to, and many departments now have those policies and protocols. If an allegation is made, the officers immediately be moved from street patrol types of duty, and oftentimes firearm taken away till that situation is resolved. And it is an issue that has even more complexities, I think, than the condition of domestic violence in the general population, because of the presence of the firearm, and also the blue cocoon that officers so oftentimes find themselves wrapped within. So my commitment to you is that it is an issue that I am very mindful of, and much the same as the commitment to domestic violence in general, one that I'm not going to run away from, but seek to embrace in terms of seeking to continually improve the resolution of those issues.
And again, just in closing, what I'm looking for the people of Skid Row and of South Los Angeles and all the 9th District is the same quality, depth, and breadth of law enforcement as is rendered throughout the rest of the city.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. First, I want to thank you for spending some time with me earlier in the week. We visited a pedestrian bridge where youngsters are victimized by gang members. Some desperate characters emerge from the river and attack them. We've had incidents of rape there. And yet it's a border between two different divisions. I have 6 divisions in my district. And so I wanted to, 6. So I wanted to first thank you for being there, because I wanted you to see what the kids live with every day, and the lack of support from the various institutions that should be taking care of our children. Then you joined me in MacArthur Park, where we witnessed transactions as we got out of the van. And what we need to overcome there is dramatic. So I know you called me back later, I didn't get back to you. I appreciate your follow-up. What comes to mind, though, is there's quite a few issues that affect our communities, those that speak Spanish and those that speak other languages other than English, which basically is the majority of the district I represent. And I wanted to see, and I want to understand how you interpret Special Order 40. Hold much time, please.
Special Order 40, New York has a similar version of that law, which is embraced by the department, the idea that the police do not get involved in immigration matters. Mayor Giuliani was a champion of those types of laws and regulations in the department, and actively sought to significantly expand them during his time as mayor of New York. So in terms of that particular issue, that I've grown up in an environment, New York, like Los Angeles, has a phenomenally large immigrant population. It's a gateway community, and that type of sensitivity is very appropriate to serve those populations.
So would you commit to not roll back Special Order 40?
I think I feel comfortable making that commitment. I know there was great debate in the country at this moment. Attorney General Ashcroft, some of his proposals to get police more actively involved as a result of the events of September 11th, that I'm looking forward to getting much more informed and involved in that debate, and from the foundation or the appreciation of the benefit of rules such as 40 or those that we had in New York to protect immigrants, both legal and illegal, from unnecessary intrusion of the police.
I'm going to be presenting to you a map. It gives you a map of my district where poverty exists. And poverty is 3 persons living at $13,000 a year. And I have another map here. If someone can present this to him, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Nick. That's a citywide map of where the poverty exists. And I raised it because I need to understand, knowing we have 9,000 officers, you came from a city where you had 40,000. When you talk about the pressures of poverty, you talk about the pressures of crime. And so you've answered, I believe, as much as you can, the notion of deployment, where you will allocate police. But given what you see there, and when we have 9,000 police, how do you see yourself amending or changing the policies? And will you equate that to the issue of density?
Where I tend to look at the issue of crime is influenced, oftentimes significantly influenced by issues such as poverty, abject poverty, widespread poverty, unemployment, economic situation, racism, demographics, but that the cause of crime is behavior. Individuals who, for a variety of reasons, decide that they're going to break the law. And my approach to policing has been that you focus on the behavior. You don't focus on the condition, whether you're homeless, whether you're poor. And I resist vehemently the proposition or the supposition that we have had in this country for the last 35 years, that just because you're poor, just because you're unemployed, means that you're going to be a criminal, means that you're going to be more prone to violence, means that you're going to be more prone to criminal behavior. I think that's the most disrespectful thing that government can do to people who find themselves in that condition, that somehow or another, because of that condition over which they have very little control, that they are a lesser citizen or less honest citizen than somebody who might be more fortunate of more fortunate circumstances. So my commitment to you and to members of the city is that while I'm very conscious of poverty as a potential influence on crime, that I don't see because a person is poor, or an immigrant, or a different color than myself, that they have more propensity for violence or disorderliness than somebody else who might be more affluent.
So when you have 147 persons per acre, and the city average is 12 to 14, the presence of the officers is that much greater. And so we have a tough challenge before us, knowing we don't have the network or the infrastructure to produce the officers that is needed to address this issue. And so the issues of proportionate allocation is going to be a significant one, especially in a district like mine where I have 6 divisions. I have a district of borders. And when one unit is told there's an emergency or there's a crime, another unit thinks it's going to show up, neither one shows up, or it takes them 3 to 4 hours. So that's something I'd like to work closely with you should it come to pass. It's a very critical issue for the communities that have been suffering for too long this condition. One last question. And
even lunch.
We talked about gangs, and the truth of the matter is, in the impoverished areas, the sub-economy is fueled by drug transactions. The gangs tend to be the vehicles by which drugs are traded. And we find in the state of California the phenomenon where the prison system is what controls the drug trade in our streets. The officers work at the street level in the city, but this is a multi-jurisdictional problem. I know you had a program called the Juggernaut back in New York, and there was oppression and eliminating this kind of activity. And I raised this when we talked earlier. Have you given any thought as to how we might look at the multi-jurisdictional effort, knowing that our prisons are full, knowing that our court system, we have to wait? In Rampart, there was a time in the early 90s We were very aggressive. We were arresting. But the criminals had to be let go the next day. There was no more room in jail, and the courts were not being scheduled because they were already, the pipeline was too full. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, as you and I had discussed as we toured your district,
all my time.
One of the critical issues that I will have to get into very quickly, myself and the command staff I'll surround myself with, will be the importance of coordination for any strategy that we develop, because we are very dependent on the Sheriff's Department, for example, the courts, both of which are experiencing their own very significant budget shortfalls, to the extent that the lockup situation, whether it's in Hollywood or in your area, in which the sheriff and the courts, because of the budgetary pressures, are seeking to reduce numbers of lockups, that will critically impact the availability of Los Angeles police officers, who will now have to transport prisoners much longer distances. So I'm fully cognizant of this issue, and it's been reinforced by yourself and a number of the other council members that this is something that has to be looked at, resolved as quickly as possible, but it's not something that the city can do on its own. It has to be done in a coordinated fashion with the other partners in the process.
And one last point, and that is, La Ley came in, they supported you, but yet when you look at the command staff, and you look at the makeup of the city, and you talk about community policing, it seems ironic to me that command staff and management staff are not the individuals who speak or understand the cultures that reflect the majority of the people in the city. And we talk about community policing, we talk about communication, yet the most fundamental issue here is, in our command staff and our management, we don't have that capacity because of the lack of tools, given the lack of language and familiarity with cultures. Do you see a change coming in the very near future, or is it something you see it evolving over time?
My own sense, looking at, and as you can appreciate, I've looked very intimately at the upper ranks of the department, that this is a situation that will resolve itself as well as be accelerated by awareness of the need to have a department at all levels that is much more reflective of a changing population. The good news is, as we discussed, is that the individuals coming into the department are increasingly reflective of the community of Los Angeles, and that the natural process of people moving up in the organization, that it may be a longer-term issue than any of you would like, particularly those representing minority communities, but the good news is that the foundation is being established. I'm going to certainly be acutely aware of it as I look to make my assignments and put my team together. But the ultimate resolution of this, in the sense of more adequate representation at the command staff levels, absent the ability to move people up other than through a civil service process to the rank of captain, will take some time. That's just the reality of it.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnson.
Chief, I'm not going to make this a long speech. You've answered a lot of questions, and I think they've been very to the point and responsive. This has been a long process. It started according to our new charter with the selection process. I think here you are going through that process. I must tell you that I never met you before the other day when you came into my office. I was impressed, and I'm more impressed listening to you today. Many of us have had opinions about who the chief should be or who the selection should be, but we were not part of that process. We are the final part of that process. But I must say that everything that you've said and every action that you've had, I've been impressed with, and I feel confident that you are the right person to lead our department into the next term. I know there has been at least one member of our council, and I won't mention the name, who has expressed opposition, and I say this to him because I hope he'll listen to what I'm saying. I think the time has come, because it's obvious that you're going to be approved, and I suggest that we unanimously approve Chief Bratton for the next term and show our support, because we are a unified city, and we're moving forward to try to do the things that we must to restore the department to what it was and what it should be again. And I wish you luck with that. And I would ask for a unanimous vote for approval.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of council. Mr. Bratton, good afternoon. What high school did you go to?
And did you play football?
That's a legitimate question. Come on.
Boston Technical High School, which no longer exists, and I didn't play football. That's why I still have some of this up here.
That's all right. Who were some of your mentors as a young person growing up? I mean, was there a teacher in school or someone that influenced you greatly? I know who mine were, but who were some of yours?
I think, as I referenced to several of you, that two of the most significant teachers in my life were at Boston State College. Mr. Arbonides, Art Appreciation 1 and 2, who taught me the value of, while I might look at a piece of art and not particularly like it, I could appreciate what the painter was attempting to do. And it helped me to appreciate the grand mosaic that is America, in the sense of understanding and being sensitive to the many different cultures that make up this country. And then Betsy Useem, Urban Geography 1 and 2, the appreciation of cities and why I love cities so passionately and why I'm so fortunate to have had a career that has allowed me to help make cities much more livable. Because there are two issues that I believe deeply in, that America is the way of the future, cities are the way of the future, and certainly cities such as Los Angeles, with their growing multi-ethnic populations, are the future of this country. And I want to be part of that.
Well, thank you very much on that. I think it's so important when you articulated about the urban geography and Mitzi, the teacher that you had at State College there. We have such a tremendous geography and topography and diversity of people here, from San Pedro to Chatsworth and from Venice to Boyle Heights. It's absolutely amazing. And I have a center part of the city, and we have issues, not as great as some of the violence that affects other parts of the city, and we're very sensitive to that. But I wanted to address a couple of things, if you could just give me some of your feelings on community police advisory boards and the work in the community. How do you see them working with the department that you would administer?
You actually have, with the new innovation, the neighborhood councils, you have a number of ways of ensuring that neighborhood priorities are going to be addressed by the police. The more intimate police community council, but now this new entity that I've already referenced, I hope that the department will be able to work much more closely with, so that local priorities are the priorities, in fact, of the local police division.
And I like that very much about your empowerment of the local area captains to run the regions and decentralizing the government. I'm a strong proponent of that. You also mentioned the building of the 19th and 20th station. One point I wanted to make to you is to make sure that your department is equipped to move rapidly and efficiently with the bond money that the taxpayers of Los Angeles provided for those stations, so that we get them built. We talk about policing. How about policing our parks? And also, whether you know it or not, we have a great river in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles River, and under Ed Reyes' leadership and other members of council, we're providing revitalization of that for park space. Tell us a little about policing the parks.
Almost all of you, during particularly the tours that you took me on, focused on this issue, the idea that there is a belief that the Los Angeles Police Department is not coordinating its activities to as great a degree as possible with the park police, and that Mayor Hahn had made it quite clear, both in the interview process and in subsequent conversations, that he shares that concern. And I think I can commit to you that as we reform the department, that will be one of the areas of concentration and prioritization.
Now, Central Park's a great park, but do you know what the greatest park in Los Angeles is?
Griffith Park.
Oh, thank you very much. You got my vote. That's very good. Okay, that's good. Now, a couple more things.
See, you already twisted my arm.
Oh, that's good. All right. I also wanted to ask something.
I'm partial to MacArthur Park, as you know, sir.
MacArthur Park, Exposition Park. We got a lot of great parks throughout there. Echo Park. Civilian employees. You police officers can't do it alone. How do you interact with civilian employees in your department?
This is an issue that in every organization I've gone into, I've attempted to address head-on. While uniformed police are the most visible component of policing, they cannot do a lot of what you expect of them absent support by the civilian cadre of the department. Every place I've ever worked and in policing as a profession, one of the most significant black eyes we have is that we do not treat civilian employees either at the leadership level or down at the rank and file level with the respect that they deserve for the work that they do for a hell of a lot less money, but work that is every bit as essential in many respects as that we expect the police to do. Arguably, the police position is a much more dangerous one oftentimes requiring a much broader range of skills, but absent that civilian support, they could not function. And a lot of what I intend to do is try to increase the awareness of the men and women that work for me that I have as the importance of that group and not to look upon them as some type of second-class citizen.
Thank you very much. Support is very important. In Northeast Police Station, I was in the other day, and we've done a great addition for the detective squad room, but they've been waiting for hookups of computers and telephones, and a lot of that is our better way we have to manage. What commitment do you have, and what focus are you going to take on that aspect of just the support services?
Chief Pomeroy and Commander McDonald have put together for me a transition document, almost 360 pages long, that went unit by unit, every unit of the department, a series of questions. The one consistent area that everybody complains about in the LAPD is technology. And not just computers, the basics of a telephone. The idea that the telephone systems in some of these stations, here in the year 2002, telephone systems that literally something from the dark ages. So the technology area is one that has to be of top priority in terms of resources necessary to allow these police to do their job.
Thank you for that question and answer of that question. Reserve officers and volunteers, how do you see that? What was your experience in Boston and New York, and how do you perceive you're going to interact with that aspect?
You have a totally different reserve officer situation, the multi-level reserve officer situation that you have here than anything we have in New York. New York, it's an auxiliary police force. They wear a similar uniform, a different shield. They are unarmed, and they provide assistance at street fairs, neighborhood patrols focusing on quality of life. City of Boston has nothing at all like your reserve officer program here. I see it as a valuable adjunct to the department, and one that, if possible, could be looked to be expanded upon, because it is truly probably the most visible example of partnership. People willing to literally go to the expense of being trained to go out and work with police, trying to make their neighborhoods a much safer place to be.
Great. We also have, as you know, a reserve officer who sits on the council here.
Well, I'm looking forward to supervising.
Chief, I wanted to ask about vice. We have a vice problem in some parts of the city. We have a prostitution problem, the impact on neighborhoods. What is your aspect? And I know we have an excellent captain out in Hollywood who focuses on that, but it comes overwhelming. What is your approach to vice problems?
That's part of the empowerment I'm talking about, that I've heard from both neighborhood representatives as well as police commanders, the frustration within the current makeup of the LAPD that many of the issues that division commanders get their heads handed to them by the community, they have really no resources or authorization to work on those problems, whether it be vice or narcotics in particular, and that what I would seek to do would be, as part of that empowerment, effectively provide them the resources, but also the authorization to rely less on headquarters specialized support units and in fact use their own personnel. It's a way of motivating personnel to keep them more excited, keep them more encouraged, as long as we can be comfortable that they're trained appropriately, that the district attorney's office is comfortable with their level of expertise, and that they're in fact complying with all the appropriate laws and statutes.
Great, thank you. And finally, the question I ask, I do instant polls often, because when you're out in the public, you want to hear what they said. And the question I ask everybody in this chambers today, how many have been a victim of crime in the last year in Los Angeles? Raise your hand if you've been a victim. 1, 2 people in this chambers. 3 people, 4 people. How many people have been impacted by traffic in Los Angeles in the last 24 hours? Raise your hand. Chief, what I'm saying is I'd love to see the Los Angeles Police Department have a strong commitment for traffic safety, for traffic enforcement, and to coordinate that in a highest level, because the frustration that people are having in this city because of gridlock, and you're from the gridlock capital of the world, you could probably help us there. We just, a few years ago, passed the anti-gridlock law where officers are able to give tickets when people block intersections. What is your focus on traffic safety, traffic cut through neighborhood speed? Because we've been putting in more and more restrictions, stop signs, speed bumps, and other things in neighborhoods, but we have to have a more strategic plan, I believe, with the enforcement of the police department. In addition to that question on traffic, what leeway will you give officers, traffic officers on motorcycles who often pull people over and give people a citation, but also give them the ability to pull people over and either give them a warning or a compliment so we can heighten the traffic awareness that's necessary?
Coincidentally, Commander McDonald and I last night spent quite a bit of time on discussing this issue, not just from the expediting of traffic flow, but from the more critical issue of rising fatalities and injuries in the city. You have a horrific murder rate in the city, but the traffic fatality rate, if I understand my figures correctly, may in fact exceed the murder rate in the city. So a life, whether taken by a criminal act, murder, or taken by an accident or a criminal act, drunk driving, they're equal lives. So in terms of assignment of prioritization and coordination, traffic has to be looked at as a priority. It just makes sense because we just cannot afford to continue losing the lives that are lost every year in the city.
It's 42,000 Americans a year die in traffic-related fatalities, and in our city it's not as high as the homicide rate, but sometimes it gets almost as high. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. I certainly stand strong to support you, and my office will work very hard to help the Los Angeles Police Department, as you say, get that great shine on their shield, the most and famous badge of any police department in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Labange. Ms. Galanter.
Thank you. Welcome to Los Angeles, Chief. Feel free to eat lunch. I just thought we all ought to take note that it's 1:15 and we've started a pool in the back room about what time this meeting will end. This is also an interesting lesson. And enjoy this day because it's probably the last love fest you'll have here.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Let us hope not, but you know, things get tougher afterwards. After the confirmation vote, I would like to start by moving, Mr. Bernson's already moved the appointment of Mr. Bratton as the chief. I'd also like to move the EERC report that includes the compensation package and is what will actually get him here. So I move approval of that. But I did learn something in this debate. I learned that if you wait long enough, everything will get said. And almost everything I wanted to say got said, but not quite. First of all, I appreciate Ms. Perry bringing up the domestic violence issue. I, too, am very concerned about not just the domestic violence that sometimes happens even within our own city family and the LAPD family, but I think that we need to be sure we're doing enough to take care of our officers who, after all, go out on the street and every day somebody in the LAPD has to see things the rest of us hope never to have to set eyes on. This is not an easy thing to do, and these men and women are tough, and they're well-trained, but they're also human beings, and they have got to be affected by this. We do have some support services for them. I don't think we probably have the resources that we need to make sure that we are really taking care of the people we depend on. And so I want to encourage you and offer whatever help I can provide in making sure that I want to encourage you to assess what we need. And obviously ask the officers who are out there faced with these issues every day what they think we need so that we can be sure we're providing the support for people who are doing a very important job. And you don't have to comment on that. We don't need to dwell further on it. I also was planning to raise the issue of traffic more from the perspective that you said than just the traffic movement. Traffic movement is the universal issue that everyone complains about here, although many of the people who complain about it also contribute to the problem by running red lights and by whizzing around and hitting pedestrians. But in my district in the Valley, I'm told by the police
divisions there, as you obviously have been. One of the most serious problems is, in fact, traffic. And it's not just drunk drivers. It's people who basically either don't know how to drive or don't care. And we have nice, long, straight streets, and they're wide streets, and everybody's frustrated and in a hurry. So we've had a lot of problems with pedestrians getting hit. And the pedestrians sometimes are a little foolhardy, but often it ain't their fault. They crossed the crosswalk, they crossed at the traffic light, but somebody decided to whiz around the other cars and run the light. And we have an appalling number of accidents that involve pedestrians and vehicles. And here we are trying to encourage people to walk more, use public transportation more, walk to the bus stop if they're going to take a bus. We really need to view traffic. I think we view automobiles as, unfortunately, sometimes a lethal weapon. So I want to, again, encourage, and you obviously are up on that already. Just wait till you get out there. You have to really deal with it. But that's another area where I think we need to remember that there are people who either have forgotten how to drive or never learned how to drive or don't know some of the rules. I was in Austin, Texas recently, and I was fascinated to discover the Texans actually use their turn signals. People in Los Angeles tend not to bother. And so there are many factors to this. The LAPD, I think, has been doing a great job with limited resources, but they need more help to pursue that. The last item I want to bring up is one where I actually do have a question for you. What happens when you and the mayor disagree?
I've learned never to disagree with mayors.
Well, yeah, I guess you've had a rough time of that. But I think that it really is a serious question. I don't expect you to have a confrontation. I certainly hope that whatever disagreements might occur, there's a way to resolve them so that the council doesn't have to get involved in it, the city doesn't get involved in it, and decisions are made and we manage the police department well. But it is a serious question. There will come a time when you're deep in the heart of managing the police department and the mayor is busy with 20 million things at once because his job encompasses 20 million things at once, and ours is about 10 million things at once. How do you, or have you talked with him about how that, or the commission, how you plan to handle it when there's a whole lot of people looking over your shoulder telling you how to run your department or suggesting to you how to run your department, and you think they're wrong?
I intend to handle it the same way I run any organization I'm privileged to be appointed to lead, by encouraging input, by encouraging new ideas, by encouraging objection to ideas that are proposed, by inclusion. The mayor and I discussed at great length at the Getty House during the interview process and subsequent to his selection of me for nomination this issue. The idea that he encourages, as do I, debate, ideas, but also the understanding that when a decision is made, that the expectation is that you've been allowed to voice your concern, you've been allowed to advance your idea. But as the member of an administration, or in the case of the police officers within the department, that once that decision is made, you get behind the decision and you move forward with it. And I'm very comfortable with that because it's effectively how I lead and manage. So one of the attractive features of this position is the similarity, I think, of leadership style of the mayor to my own.
I'm glad to hear that. And I do actually have one last thing which your comment reminds me of. I hope that what I just heard you say was that you would encourage input and, if necessary, even disagreement within the LAPD itself. I mean, you have a command structure that is filled with people who have a lot of experience. Some of them are really fine people. There's it's often said around here that people's careers have been sort of dead-ended because they disagreed with somebody over something, and I try very hard to stay out of that. There are some council members who know more of the inside scoop than I do, but I hope that I was correct in hearing you say that you would encourage people to tell you what they think, with the understanding that once the decision is made, they carry it out.
That's what I'm all about.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchard. Mr. Willie Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I think we've had a
rather substantial
Hemos tenido una
discussion with a range of
plática larga
questions
con la
having been
variedad de
posed
preguntas que se han hecho
and responses
y las
that
respuestas que se han hecho.
are to some extent
Hasta cierto
satisfying, but in
punto
other ways
han
perhaps
sido
not due to the form and the
pero-
limitations imposed on the discussion itself. But by way of summary, Mr. Bratton, it seems to me that we're due
Como
some
sumario, me parece a mí, señor Bratton, que
succinct and yet perhaps specific
necesitamos conocer
expression of your understanding
una
of crime
expresión
in
de
this city.
entendimiento más detallado y más
And with a
organizado acerca
particular
de cómo
focus
piensa
on
usted con
its
crimen en esta ciudad, en particular
peculiarities, its
enfocarse con
unique
sus
characteristics, if you've identified them. It seems to
características únicas que
me, to
identifican esta
us,
ciudad.
perhaps
Parece que
that
para nosotros
a better appreciation
una
of your
mejor
insights in
apreciación
that
de
regard
su
might be
experiencia
useful. I
tocante
also
esto. También
take note of the
quiero mencionar
concern that I have about
lo que me preocupa a mí.
public safety
Acerca de
and
seguridad.
the three conventional
Al público y
modalities that are often
los
referred
tres
to when we
modelos que
talk
muchas
about public
veces se
safety, suppression,
utiliza acerca de
intervention,
cuando habla
and
de seguridad pública.
prevention.
Intervención, supresión y prevención.
And I'm prepared to
Estoy
be
preparado
corrected if
para que me
I
corrijan
misunderstood you
si
or
yo
didn't
le
adequately
malentendí
hear
o
you
no le
with
escuché
respect to
adecuadamente
where the emphasis in
tocante
your
a
mind might be
dónde
appropriately placed.
ubicará el
I think
énfasis.
I've heard more on
Creo que he
suppression. I've
escuchado
heard
más
relatively
sobre
little in your
supresión, he
comments
escuchado
about
muy poco
intervention
acerca de
and
intervención
even less
y menos
about
acerca de
prevention. And I'd
prevención.
appreciate
Y
some response to that, and it may
gustaría
go
una
to the
respuesta para
question
esto,
of gangs.
y que
And in that
quizás pueda
connection, it
ser
may
sobre el tema
then
de
be
pandillas,
helpful
y con
if you
esta
have any
conexión
insights
puede
as to how you distinguish the
ser-
gang
ayudaría
phenomena in Los Angeles
si
as
usted
compared to New York.
aclararía cómo distingue usted
No
las
reference that I've
pandillas de Los
heard to
Ángeles
the role of the
comparado a
Inspector
Nueva York.
General.
Sin referencia alguna al
This has
inspector
been
general.
an
Esto
issue
ha
of
sido un
significance, and it
asunto
has
de
been one of the linchpins in
significancia,
terms
ha
of
sido
reform
uno
in this
de
city over the past few years.
debate en cuanto
And
a
to the extent that
reforma en la
that is
ciudad
the
en los últimos
case,
años, y hasta ese
what
punto,
is your view?
¿cuál
What
es su punto de
has
vista?
been, and
¿Qué
what do you
ha
expect to be your working relationship in
sido,
terms of the
qué
role of an
espera que
inspector
sea su
general? It's been
puesto
a very significant journey
como
in this
inspector
city
general? Ha sido un camino muy
along those
importante de esta
lines, and it would
ciudad.
be helpful to us
Y nos
as
ayudaría
relates to your understanding of the role
cuál
and the
su entendimiento es sobre
responsibilities
su
of the
responsabilidad, esta
Inspector General. And
posición
finally, you
como
did
del
respond to
inspector general
Councilmember
y
Garcetti on the
respuesta
question of racial
al concejal Garcetti en
profiling.
cuanto a identificar a personas basadas
And
en
your
su
response
presencia o en
was
su color.
quite
Su
different from
respuesta
that
fue
which
muy
is documented
diferente
in
de la que está
Tikkun, August of
documentada en
2000.
Cancún de
You may
agosto
recall that
2000.
article
Si usted recuerda ese
where it
artículo
essentially
donde
suggests, and I can be rather specific in terms of the content, and you of course can if you elect to take exception to it. But it makes a reference to that which you see being, I quote, legitimate and essential law enforcement tool, absolutely essential. And that's diametrically, I say, opposed to what I heard you say today. If I'm incorrect in that regard, I'd be more than glad to be corrected. What is racial profiling? Does it exist? Should it exist? If not, what then is the responsibility of the city's chief law enforcement officer to make sure that it's eradicated? There are several questions that I posed. I'd appreciate your response to them in as detailed a fashion as you would deem appropriate, and candor is certainly welcome in these instances. Thank you.
Let me address the issue of the article you referenced and the first off, I was referring to stop and frisk, not racial profiling. A careful reading of that article, and while it has been those that would attempt to indicate that speaking about racial profiling, a practice that I abhor, I've spoken out about and enforced against that type of activity. Stop and frisk, whether you like it or not, is an essential and constitutional tool of American policing. And if you don't have it, you will not have a city that you or your families can live in.
Well, there's a candidate for stopping and frisking right there, the one who continues to clap while you try to take your comments.
The obligation of police management, the obligation of city council, the obligation of the mayor is to ensure that the police of this city or any city, in using the tools that are given to them, use them them appropriately. And indeed, because of abuse of those tools in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, many required limitations were placed on the police, such as the Miranda Rule, for example, which is something that I have written frequently about in support of. Police have to be controlled. There's no getting around it. So on the issue of that article, that a careful reading of it shows that there were almost 3 questions asked by the interviewer, and I was responding very specifically to the stop and frisk component. In discussion of the racial profiling component of it farther in the article, and it's difficult to discuss this issue absent seeing the totality of the article and the particular area you're talking about, and I think you all have copies of it. I take, being quite frank with you, great offense at anybody who tries to imply that after 25 years of committing my life to the betterment of all citizens, white, black, Latino, that to at this stage of my career to try and indicate that I would support anything that would work against that. So I'm glad that you brought that issue up, because that has been somewhat of an undercurrent floating around out there. I'm willing to face it head on and to face it very strong in my convictions and background and history. On the issue of the types of policing that are necessary, you left one out, and that's the issue of timely identification of a crime problem, something that CompStat's all about. I see crime, I use medical analogies, cancer. Crime is a cancer. And what do we advocate to prevent cancer? Timely, accurate identification when it's still a melanoma before it effectively attacks the inner organs. So I'm all about, through CompStat, timely, accurate identification, rapid response, which is the form of suppression. But the whole ultimate goal is the prevention of the problem from reoccurring. We go through chemotherapy, we go through radiation, we go through all types of horrific medications to eliminate the problem and then prevent it from coming back. But the idea, much the same as a doctor measures carefully the poison that he has to inject in your system to deal with cancer, my role as chief of police is to ensure that the control that's anathema to most people, even in a democratic society, nobody likes to be told what not to do, particularly by a policeman in uniform who may be doing it rudely or inappropriately. My obligation and role is to ensure that as they seek to control that cancer, that they do it in an appropriate level and fashion that doesn't make the patient even more ill. So there's so much of a similarity between what we do in policing as to what doctors do with medicine. And in the issue of prevention, all my life has been about prevention. I was fortunate that in the late 1970s, before community policing became the buzzword that it did in the 90s, I learned very early on by going to community meetings that people were concerned about quality of life, broken windows such as graffiti, that people were not satisfied with seeing how we had responded to a crime. They didn't take satisfaction that we had made an arrest after the fact, that we had responded very quickly after the fact. They were much more concerned that we prevented in the first place. So I am the product of 25 years ago, having had that opportunity to learn firsthand that prevention is what people want in the first place, rather than taking satisfaction on how quickly we got to the crime after they've already been raped or robbed or murdered.
There was a question about the Inspector General, and it in part relates to the issue of the number of complaints that are often filed in police departments. I understand that there was a significant number in New York. There certainly is a significant number in the city of Los Angeles. The Inspector General, by our city charter, has a specific role, and I'm interested in your comments in that regard.
I believe you were out of the room when your colleague to the left asked that same question.
Yes.
My intent is to run a very transparent organization and to work very closely with the Inspector General, that upon my confirmation, hope for here today, and my actual appointment later this month, it is my intent that the practices which excluded that individual from being able to perform the mandates as required under the charter changes that were voted upon, that we will comply and exceed those charter mandates and reforms. I have no problem at all with an Inspector General looking over my shoulder, working with me, that I intend to. We have the same goals. We want a police department that is open to the public and responsive to their needs.
Thank you. Mr. Holden.
Just some more questions here. You've been a police officer for 26 years, a line officer, up to 1996. When you left the position as a commissioner for the city of New York, could you tell us the reason why you left?
Several reasons. One, that quite obviously the mayor and I were not getting along, and that he was desirous of my leaving, and my effectiveness as police commissioner, when you no longer have the confidence of the person that you work for, it's time to go. And so that was one component. Secondly, I had committed, when I joined the New York City Police Department as commissioner, to a 3-year period in which I thought we would be able to affect the changes that Mayor Giuliani was looking for. We effectively achieved those in 2 years. I had promised him a 40% crime reduction in 3 years. The day I left, we had a 39% crime reduction, 50% reduction in homicides. So I had been, through the very hard work of the 40,000 men and women of the NYPD, we had reached what I had committed to a year early. Thirdly, I am a man of very limited financial means. I left the Boston Police Department with a very small pension to accept the position of Chief of Police in New York. And it was time in my life, while I was still young enough, to get out and, being quite frankly, make some money and secure my future. And I've been very fortunate that over the succeeding 6 years I've been able to do that, and that positions me to effectively apply and hopefully be confirmed for this position.
Your job resume says that you keep an important job, 2 years, 2.5 years, 2 years at most. Have you estimated a time period that you would be able to solve Los Angeles crime problem since you were particularly on it?
If confirmed, my commitment to this city is at a minimum that 5-year term of office that is the term that under the charter reform, and that, but certainly I would hope to accelerate well before that time both the consent decree implementation, the reorganization of the department, the development of new crime and quality of life improvement strategies, so that the crime reduction that has begun under Chief Pomeroy's tenure will in fact continue and hopefully be accelerated.
Since you left law enforcement as a line officer in 1996, what's been your experience with the compressed work schedule during or since that time period?
Experience with what schedule?
The compressed work schedule.
The compressed work schedule.
Compressed.
Part of the challenge here is to fully implement that compressed work schedule. The briefing materials.
So what's been your experience, if any?
In terms of my experience, has been limited to advising and consulting with police departments both here in the United States and abroad on a wide range of activities. In only 2 instances did it involve making recommendations relative to work schedule.
Because employment would be an essential part of that. You do understand that?
Oh, I certainly do.
Would you choose to comment on that?
Again, on the issue of your schedules, the new compressed work schedules,
which is 310. Yeah.
Reading the briefing books that have been provided to me by Chief Pomeroy and Commander McDonald, each entity was asked to comment on how they're doing relative to that implementation. It's quite clear that a lot more work has to be done to fully implement and conform with the mandate of that compressed work schedule. It is, I think, as you fully appreciate, while the schedule is desirous, is a desirable one in many respects, it is not something that can be implemented in as complex an organization as the LAPD overnight. And so there's going to have to be a lot of work still ahead to fully implement that.
My next question is, have you had an opportunity since you've been nominated for this job to speak to all of the command officers like deputy chiefs and so on and commanders that will be under your supervision?
No, I have not. I have had limited ability. One of the first things I would do during my first several weeks as part of the reorganization of the department would be to seek to meet with as many of those people as possible, particularly those who I would be contemplating position changes for.
So you contemplating it before you meet them, is what you're saying?
I think I can represent to you that there will be very significant changes in the leadership of the LAPD very shortly after I'm permitted the opportunity to take over the position.
Okay. A couple more questions here. During your first year as chief of police, the civilian complaints against the department increased 37%. In the first 6 months of the next year, they rose 31%. Three-quarters of those complaints came from people of color. How do you explain that? Were your officers focusing on minority communities?
They were not. They were focusing on communities which were most afflicted by crime, and as is in the case in most American cities, the unfortunate reality is the most serious crime oftentimes is in those poor neighborhoods and in those neighborhoods of color. And during that same period of time, you referenced that 94, 95, as I've already indicated, in all 76 precincts of the city of New York, serious crime declined by double digits. The most significant decline in crime were in those communities that had the most serious problems with crime. The reduction in homicides of about 1,500 individuals in New York City during that time, those would have been largely Latino and black males that would have been killed during that time. And since the New York City Police Department has a 92% clearance rate for homicides, another approximately 1,500 young black and Latino males would have gone to prison for anywhere from 15 to 25 years. As I approach the issue of reducing crime, I think not only of the victim, but I think of the potential perpetrator, many of whom these young people have now been able to move on with their lives, either not having been a victim or having been a perpetrator. The issue that you referenced in terms of the increased complaints, once again, you need to look at the totality of what was the environment in 94 and 95. We're merging 3 police departments, so that the size of the department increased from 31,000 to 38,000. We had a 25% increase in personnel. There had been the creation of the first civilian complaint review board in the history of the city, which was advertising throughout the city, come to us with your complaints. And thirdly, we had a police force that was very assertively trying to take back streets that for 25 years the police department had given up controlling to the extent that there were 8,000 open-air drug locations in the city of New York in 1994 that were fueling that 2,200 person murder rate, 6,000 people being shot. So that if you look at the percentages, you will find a police department that was conducting millions of enforcement actions, that the number of complaints against the 38,000 members of the New York City Police Department were in fact less than the complaints in 1985 against the 25,000 person New York City Police Department. And so while the percentages look significant, the reality of the numbers was in fact proportionally less than anything in the 1980s.
All right, next question. In 1995, 35 persons were shot dead by the police. And 5 years before, you took office in New York, people dying by police custody, and police custody was 13. Now, but when you became chief, that number rose to 23 in 1994 and 27 in 1995. I know you gave me the other statistics. And how do you explain that increase?
Well, in 1990, New York City, when there were 2,243 murders, New York City police killed...
I'm talking about 1995.
I'm talking about 1990. In 1990, 50 individuals were killed by New York City police officers. Over the last several years, the New York City Police Department, and one of the reasons they are not under a federal consent decree is the federal government could not prove that that department was discriminating or engaging in racial profiling or excessive uses of force, in that the New York City Police Department has one of the lowest rates of use of force of any department in the country. Last year in the city of New York, I believe the figure was 11 people killed by a 40,000 person police department.
Well, it says here that the settlements...
may I ask, sir, if you could reference the document that you're reading from?
From the notes we took from the documentation that's made available to us. Or I might ask, what reference are you referring to?
I'm referencing to my having been there at the time.
All right, fine. And I'm referring to what I have before me, which could be accurate or inaccurate, as you may state. The court settlement and judgments against the police rose dramatically under your watch, from 13.5 million in 92 to more than 25 million in 95 What do you have to say about that, since you were there?
It has unfortunately continued to rise, as it has in just about every jurisdiction in this country, as juries have been increasingly more willing to respond to allegations of police abuse. In terms of, again, New York City Police Department, with a 25% expansion in the number of the police officers in that department, and with literally hundreds of thousands of more arrests, as well as other types of interaction, that growth was anticipated, and it's a growth that unfortunately has still continued despite the decline in current complaints against members of the New York City Police Department.
Mr. Bratton, you've said that you would have 18 separate police departments or divisions, which would be departments at the end of under this command of the captors. How would you establish accountability? We had one that went AWOL, and that was Rampart. How would you establish accountability in those various departments?
Actually, the idea is to learn from Rampart, as I think we are all attempting to do, and certainly the consent decree is a direct result of the lessons of Rampart. I've talked about the CompStat system. The LAPD has a fast-track system which is modeled after New York, but in no way, shape, or form resembles the CompStat system. I've been a cop for 25 years. I like cops. I think I understand them. And while I trust them and while I empower them, I also understand that you need to control them. So before giving away power to them, even commanders who I trust implicitly, I'm going to ensure that I have accountability systems so that I can come to you and report on what their activities are, good or bad. I tell the story they give me. I'm not somebody who pushes things under the rug. I'm somebody that will tell the story honestly, truthfully, and forcefully. If they're doing it the right way, I'll tell that story. If they're doing it the wrong way, then that's the story I also have to tell.
No, zero tolerance. Zero tolerance, you've been propagating not only here as a theory of policing, not just in the U.S., but around the world. In fact, in some of the countries you have preached the gospel of zero tolerance. It has been rejected as too harsh, too punitive. In Germany, the equivalent of the FBI found that zero tolerance was merely a method of suppressive policing that gained temporary worldwide attention. It was a mistake to sell the idea as to the most effective means of reducing crime in the metropolitan areas. What is it that the Germans learned that we don't know about zero tolerance?
They've learned to live with more crime as their country has experienced a significant increase in crime, while ours has gone down in this country for the last 8 years and for the last 12 years in New York City. Zero tolerance, if I may offer the definition, is not practiced by the New York City Police. It is thoroughly misunderstood and misinterpreted around the world. The only thing that the NYPD practices zero tolerance for is police corruption and police use of drugs. You are found to have used drugs in the NYPD, you are fired. You are not retrained, you are fired. Zero tolerance in terms of general policing is effectively, zero tolerance is what the community will no longer tolerate. Your communities are representing to you that they will no longer tolerate gangbangers, they will no longer tolerate narcotics trafficking, they will no longer tolerate all the things that are making what could be the greatest city in the United States, a city that at this time has problems that can be addressed effectively. But we are not going to practice zero tolerance in the way the Europeans have come to misinterpret its intent.
Oh, they misinterpret. All right. Under your watch, under your mode of policing in New York, we all heard around the world that a plunger was used to be inserted in a person's body parts. And also one other individual was shot 40 times, and you were quoted as saying that was a justified shooting when the person was really unarmed. Will you want to respond to that?
Well, I'd first of all indicate that both of the events you talked about occurred some number of years after I left the New York City Police Department.
Not a number of years, in 1997. Go ahead.
97, I left in March, April of 1996, so almost a year later.
Right, that's correct.
And Diallo was several years later. The Abner Louima brutality issue was a horrendous crime, and one that nobody sought to defend in any way, shape, or form. It was an aberration. It is not a reflection of the hard work of the 40,000 dedicated men and women of the New York City Police Department. And Justin Volpe, the former police officer, is justifiably serving 25 years. Charles Schwartz has just been sentenced to 5 years for his role in that incident. In terms of the Diallo shooting, the Diallo shooting has been, those 4 officers involved were indicted by a district attorney, went on trial, and in that trial were found to be not guilty of the allegations and charges that were leveled against them. The shooting was found to have been, as horrendous as it seems, to have been justified. What happened in the Diallo case was a phenomenal policy failure on the part of the New York City Police Department. Policy failure.
Thank you.
The policy of the administration at that time to put these young, poorly trained police officers into the most dangerous assignment that you can put any police officer into in New York City, so-called jump-out policing, where 4 officers should be highly trained and coordinated. The night of that shooting was the first time those 4 officers had ever worked together. So to blame those officers is erroneous for an organization that did not train them properly, did not supervise them properly, and effectively let them down and contributed significantly to the death of that innocent young man.
Mr. President, members, I'm just going to say that on my 16 years here, 15 and a half, even under adverse situations, circumstances, I've supported the police department and all those 3 chiefs and been ridiculed for it in some cases. When it came to the consent decree, I think Mr. Bernstein and I were the only 2 who said no for good cause. But I won't go into the details here today. But I will tell you that based on what I know to be the case, that I'm totally somewhat uncomfortable with this nominee, which you already know about. But be assured that should you be selected or confirmed, that once again I will be supportive of the department and what they do. I will be looking at them to make sure that they stay in line, don't cross the line and deny people their civil rights, no matter where they're policing. I must tell you also that, yes, in this Jewish magazine, Tickum, which you already responded to, it did say that, what about racial profiling? That's what it says.
Mr. Holden?
What about, I'm going to close, Mr. President.
Please do, your time is up.
It says, what about racial profiling? Stop and frisk. Stop in automobiles. Mr. Bratton, is still a legitimate and essential law enforcement tool. Racial profiling. That's what it says.
Stop and frisk.
It says, what about racial profiling?
Read that question carefully. I was responding to the stop and frisk component of a 3-part question. I know we differ on the interpretation of that, but I'm
It says
comfortable with my
here,
interpretation.
what about racial profiling? Stop and frisk is in quotes, which is similar there too. The definition of racial profiling.
Okay, Mr. Holden, your time is up. Mr. Bratton has responded to that question previously. Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Mr. Bernstein.
Mr. President, members of the council, I move the previous question on the entire matter.
Okay, we have previous question called. On the queue, members, for information, is Mr. Pacheco for a first time, Mr. Reyes for a second time. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the roll on the previous question? Yes, Mr. Pacheco wishes to speak for the first time, Mr. Reyes for a second time. The roll is open on the previous question. Please close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
5 ayes, 10 noes.
Motion does not pass. Chair recognizes Mr. Pacheco.
Mr. Brad. Mr. Brad.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Can't call you chief yet. Okay. Mr. President, colleagues, I simply rise to highlight a few things that my constituents anticipate and look forward to. I'm not going to ask Mr. Brown any questions. I just wanted to inform him that we have a very strong history in my district. We're very organized. When they're not pleased with how the police department is handling situations, they will come down. On President's Day of this year, a major march occurred from where we were visiting in the neighborhood down to the police commission to talk about crime and more officers and exactly what we need in the district. I cannot speak about you as a person. I've heard some comments made about their impressions of you as they met and spoke with you. I had a pleasant meeting with you, but I think the primary thing
that my responsibility is to make sure that the services that we expect in the district are going to be delivered. I just wanted to assure you that in no way am I going to impede your confirmation, but there's still some opportunity to earn the support of the district, the community. I believe that it's too soon to tell, that you still have to show us exactly what is going to happen. We want more narcotic officers in the community. We want our senior lead officers fully patrolling or fully working in the district. We want to make sure that the gang issue is directly impacted. I've been advised by colleagues and friends that to ask you specific timelines would probably be inappropriate, so I've decided to pass on that. But I can share with you that my support right now is reserved from the standpoint that I need to see results. So I will be voting for your approval, but we will work together, and I look forward to working with you, and I look forward to making sure that as we change the department to get better results, especially when you talk about the out-of-control homicide rates, that I can be of assistance on budget and finance.
Thank you.
Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. I alluded to the issue of having 6 divisions in one district. It's one of the most compact districts, has the highest densities, and you can see the map, entrenched in one of the most difficult economic conditions, given its poverty. Would it be within the realm of your thinking, as you look at the police department, to reassess how divisions impact communities, knowing that in certain districts we have maybe 1 or 2, and others you have 6, and given the fact that within an organizational structure, chain of command, how you follow up, how you promote policies to interact with communities, for one district to have 6 divisions is a very challenging environment to work with, given the pressures that are in that district. Is that something you would consider?
The issue of the way the police department is structured in the city with 18 current divisions with 2 more to come, as well as the redistricting that of necessity to ensure that one person, one vote counts, makes it very difficult. Certainly you have the most complex of challenges with 6. I don't think any of the other council members that I met had that many to deal with. I'm very conscious of the particular issue that you have trying to deal with 6. In policing, we always understand that anywhere where you have a borderline between 2 police divisions, you have a potential problem. In your case, you've got 6 borderlines, so the multiplicity of problems I'm cognizant of, and one of the benefits of going out and touring your district on this initial tour, and as I've indicated, I'll be looking forward to getting out with all of you on more extensive tours, is to give me a first-hand sense and appreciation of the difficulties that you face in serving your constituents.
Mr. Reyes, your time. Mr. Reyes is done. Mr. Labange.
President, I call for the question.
Okay, you are the final speaker. I believe we're ready for a vote. Mr. Clerk, please open the roll on confirmation. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes, 1 no.
Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen,
This is a loaf of bunker bread made by Nut. Your first gift from the city council.
ladies and
We have
gentlemen,
to pay him.
that was on the entire matter.
Was on the entire matter, okay.
And we'll send this matter forthwith. If I can have Channel 35, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, the council hereby confirms if I can have your attention, please. Mark, Mr. Ridley Thomas, Mr. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, City Council hereby confirms.
Cameras are over there. That's why you're having trouble getting their attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, the council hereby confirms the 54th Chief of Police of the Los Angeles Police Department, Mr. William J. Bratton. Forthwith on this matter, please.
We will, though.
Forthwith on item number 4 as well, please. Mr. Clerk, I believe, let me recognize Mr. Ridley Thomas for a minute.
Mr. President, members of the council, I'm prepared to reconsider my vote if confirming Mr. Bratton means that Mr. Zine comes out of retirement. But on the other hand, that may be a way of us having some new possibilities in the 3rd district. And he's bragging about that 1950 suit still fitting, I tell you.
Mr. Clerk, next item, please.
Mr. President, not on the agenda is Special 1. It is a motion put forward by Councilmember Holden, and the City Attorney will speak to the need to make findings.
Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a 245 pursuant to the Charter. On October 1st, the South Los Angeles Area Planning Commission took an action on an item. That action is not appealable, so it would not come to the council. This would be to bring it in and then send the item to Plum. Therefore, the council would need to make the findings that the need to act arose after the posting of the agenda. Then they would take a vote on asserting jurisdiction, and then they would take a vote on sending the item to Plum.
Members wishing to be heard on the findings, if we can maintain order in the chambers, please. Any members on the findings? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That matters before us.
Mr. President, the first vote would be to assert jurisdiction.
Okay, first motion to be voted upon is to assert jurisdiction. Members wishing to be heard? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Jurisdiction is asserted.
And the second motion would be to refer this matter to Plum Committee.
Is there any objection to that? Then without objection, this matter is referred to the Plum Committee and shall be properly agendized. I believe that dispenses with this matter. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Now it's time for public comment on non-agenda items.
Do you have some speaker cards? Council calls forward Melrose Larry Green, followed by Dan Sanchez, Candido Mares, and Mei Zhu.
Well, this was a great meeting, and it's been a great week. You know, this is very important that the vote went the way it did with Chief Bratton, because we want to move forward in this city, not backwards. When I saw Alex Padilla on TV last night, and Phil Schumer tried to ask him tried to bait him, how come there aren't more Hispanics in this and that? He tried to coax him to say negative things about the past. And what Alex Padilla basically said was, we have to move forward. He didn't succumb to baiting. And you know, Nate Holden, I've known you many, many years, and you're a brilliant politician. And I say this from the bottom of my heart, but I think sometimes you go too far. And I think that you're going to regret some of your comments about Bratton when you see what a great job he does. Now, I don't want to get into a fight with you because I'm in a good mood.
Don't threaten me.
No, I'm not threatening you.
Then just
But
talk
you're
about
going to regret your comments.
You need to talk about.
All right, I'll
the
talk to the
chair.
rest of the people.
All right, Larry Green. So we
All right.
go back to Melrose Avenue.
I'm just a regular person, a regular part of the community. Some of you don't even take me seriously. Some of you think I'm a freak in nature. Well, I got news for you. All right, thank you. I represent a lot of people in this city, and every day people come up to me and they say, you know, Melrose, I see you at City Council. I hear what you're saying. I wish I had your time. I wish I had your bank account to come down to these meetings 3 days a week. But you know what? You made a great decision today. And to those that really weren't inclined to vote for Bill Bratton, but did it out of the goodness of their hearts and for unity for the city, believe me, I don't want to see riots again in this city. I don't want to see gangs going around either being arrested unfairly or terrorizing people, or people being carjacked. And you know what? We live in an imperfect world, but you made the right choice today. And now, look how the Yankees are out of things, and the Mets are out of things, and the Red Sox are out of things, and the Angels and the other team in California are in things. The A's, you never know it. Oh, the Giants, I'm sorry, thank you. I'm not that big a sports fan.
Thank you, Mr. Green. We're going to hear from Dan Sanchez, and then Candice Mendez, and then Mejo.
Good evening. Good evening, good afternoon. It's been a long morning. My name is Dan Sanchez, and I'm here to share some information with you about Falun Gong, which is also known as Falun Dafa. It is a mind and body discipline that includes graceful, gentle exercises and meditation. It is similar to Tai Chi and Qigong. What makes Falun Gong unique is its emphasis on cultivating one's mind and one's moral character. In addition to strengthening one's body, Falun Dafa cultivators improve their moral character by adhering to the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. Falun Gong is now practiced by more than 100 million people in over 60 countries. In the greater Los Angeles area, there are about 20 outdoor practice sites. Falun Dafa has no temples, churches, nor a hierarchical bureaucratic structure. All activities are coordinated by volunteers and are free and completely open to the public. Falun Gong grew to over 100 million practitioners in China in just 7 short years, primarily through word of mouth. It was first revealed to the public in 1992 and then banned in July 1999 after the number exceeded the membership in the Communist Party. But in the last few years, it has spread across the globe with the book Zhuan Falun translated into many languages. Just about every major university in the United States and the world has Falun Dafa groups and exercise sites. It has become so popular in just a short period of time because this ancient practice, not revealed until now, allows people to regain their health as well as achieve lasting improvements of their moral character. Many realize the reality of becoming a truly virtuous person, one who always strives to consider the needs of others before their own. But sadly, in China, the regime of Jiang Zemin persecutes, tortures, and murders innocent Falun Gong practitioners. Thousands have been imprisoned, tortured, and murdered in the cruelest ways imaginable. This is the primary reason why I am here tonight, to bring your attention to this evil abuse of human rights. You should also know that the United Nations, many non-governmental organizations, NGOs such as Amnesty International, and the United States have condemned the Chinese government for not adhering to international agreements on human rights and torture. One of the sister cities of Los Angeles is Guangzhou City, China. Many cases of torture and murder of Falun Gong practitioners have occurred there. Many cyber cafes have also been closed in Guangzhou to suppress information. And many of you know that China has also suppressed the Google search site on the internet. I want the mayor and the city council members to know that all the Congress members that oversee the LA City area either co-sponsored or voted yes on House Congressional Resolution 188, which is a U.S. condemnation.
Mr. Sanchez, can I interrupt you for a second? Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Burnson, Galanter. She's here, I see her. Garcetti. Holden. Labange. Okay. Miskowski. Pacheco. Perry. Reyes. Ridley Thomas. Zine. And Padilla. I show 8 members.
Ms. Perry's here.
9 members.
So if you could just withhold for a second, see if we can... Just bear with us for a moment, Mr. Sanchez. Appreciate it. Okay, colleagues, we have what is the final count, Mr. Carter?
9.
We have 9 members, colleagues, and I apologize. It seems like members have rushed off to the news conference with the new Chief of Police designate, Mr. Bratton, and that's rather unfortunate, but at this time, council is adjourned. We have no quorum? We have quorum.
Well, you can make announcements.
Say announcement?